Hello, my beautiful warriors of love. Forgive me for being late. The internet has been really messed up since last week. Since last week, when I started the series. Last time was fine. I could share videos, no problem. But this time around, it's been really messed up. I'm unable to share videos. So, um, I apologize. Thank you for your time. Linda, good to see you. Alana, Moon Cat Goddess, Rosemary, Victoria, thank you all for being here. I appreciate you. So instead of sharing videos, what I'm going to do is share, I don't know, I've been getting lots of synchronistic information and I've been writing it down. So I spent a lot of time yesterday doing everything I can to get the internet to work. So they're going to come in a few days and upgrade it. So for today, I'm going to share everything that I've learned in the last 2 weeks, which is very important information as well. So let's get into it. Today's week 2, and we'll build on it on the next call and the call after that. For now, I'd love to hear from you guys. What are you liking so far? What's resonating? Have you done any research since our last call? Would love to hear from you in the chat. Lindsay, your video is not cutting on, not turning on. Weird, huh? Why is this happening? Okay, let's get into it. So there's a gentleman by the name of Jason Giorgiani, Jorjani. I never give any like 100% this person is a messenger of truth. I always question. He has tons of material about all sorts of topics. He's a philosopher. What I love about his research is he's been researching since he was 15. Um, and he's a philosopher. He's not like boxed into one area like ufology, studying of UFOs, aliens, or like a Gnostic who is aware of the demiurge, the entities, the archons, and things like that. So he just it's like the worldwide pieces of puzzle. Yeah, Lindsay, good luck with that. So I'm just going to share the information. I don't 100% believe everything that I read, but I'm going to share what I've encountered so far. Speaking of encounters, the author of, so he's the author of a book called Closer Encounters, right? So there's a movie called Close Encounters of the Third Kind, right? Um, One thing to note is that a character like a Steven Spielberg is not on the side of humanity. This is a high level Hollywood kind of wizard, right? So it's when you see movies like E.T., which I believe he made that movie. What was it doing? The purpose of E.T. was for us at that early stage to go, oh, aliens are so cute. Look, E.T. wants to go home. It's so cute. Um, but in his research, he talks about Nordic beings. So Nordic beings are, has anyone here heard of the Nordic beings? Tall, Nordic alien. Well, he hates, yeah, you've heard of them, Rosemary. Do you believe them to be good beings or not good beings? No, I'm not going to hold it against you. I'm just curious. Yeah, iffy. Okay, good answer. Not sure. So the propaganda, I believe, is that in the new age, which everything's inverted, they're like, don't worry, the Nordic beings, they're here to save us. That's only time I've heard. And so Nordics, by the way, they look like they're Norwegian or Viking looking. They're tall, very built, beautiful faces, very fit bodies, long blonde hair, blue eyes. And I've actually been able to find and research some movies that show that. So first movie, which I can't share today, but maybe the next one's called The Time Machine. If you guys get a chance, check out the movie. You've seen it, Rosemary? You've seen Time Machine? You could just give me a thumbs up. Yeah.
The original one from,
Yeah.
back when. It was fantastic.
Yeah. Do you remember the scene where they go underground and they find the leader to be
Oh
this
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
yeah. And all those like kind of monster looking beings, they all had blonde hair.
Right.
That's kind of odd that they're like monsterish looking, but then they all have like perfectly straight blonde hair. Isn't that curious? Yeah. So I'm glad you saw that movie because I kind of skimmed through it. I watched the one after that, which is a beautiful work of art. I highly recommend checking it out because they also discovered that there's this being who lives underground and is a Nordic being. It's Jeremy Irons playing this person with long blonde hair, blue eyes, living underground, and he has strong telepathic abilities. So this research is basically saying these beings are running planet Earth, and we were created. I don't want to say we were created by them, but we were genetically. They injected their genetics into a more primitive type of man, uh, and and apparently they also they have such advanced technologies and genetics and all that, and they also messed around with, I don't know if it's dragon DNA or dinosaur DNA, because there's a whole thing saying that, to be honest, there's no dinosaurs. It's never been written in any scripture or anything, but dragons existed. So the flip was that dragons have always existed, dinosaurs never did, but that's a subject for another time. And that created the reptilians because they're more reptile looking, right? But they also like are able to stand like humans. So his research says that they created both humans as like advanced humans as we are today, as well as reptilians. But the humans were created to be slaves, and there's this whole thing in the Bible how like Satan and Satan's army are like, why were we not, favored by our creator? Do you guys, is that a thing, guys? Rosemary, Linda? How like the dark forces are like God favored humanity? Is that a, do you guys remember hearing something like that? And then that's why these demons hate humans because we were like, we came second, but we were favored. So there's a movie called The Prophecy. If you guys ever watch The Prophecy, it's 1, 2, and 3. You'll see this character of a fallen angel played by Christopher Walken, which is a very interesting last name because it's Walken. And literally in the movie, you see how he's a demon character, like a Satan. He's supposed to be Archangel Gabriel, which is very interesting. Because I always tell you guys, we have to first question, we're going to get into this in a future call, what God of the Bible is, because at one point it's Yahweh, at one point it's Jehovah, at one point it's all loving, but then at one point it's like, I'm going to send a flood and destroy all of my creations and, sacrifice. It's just very schizophrenic, right? So when you really study it, and I'm not insulting anyone's religion here, I believe there is like I was researching it today about the monad. The Gnostics believed in the monad, an aspect of self that is infinitely loving, infinitely conscious, infinitely powerful, infinitely. It's consciousness. To me, God is an infinite field of consciousness, which includes qualities of love. I've experienced it to be infinitely forgiving, like just pure. Imagine raining down pure forgiveness, pure love, unconditional love. Like I'm trying to tell this force I'm not deserving of it. I've done some bad things, and it's like just showering me and like, healing every part of myself, all the judgment, which is the opposite of what some religions want. They want us to feel guilty. Hey, Eve ate the apple. Now we're all here. Blame it on the woman. Where are all the, where's the gospel of Mary Magdalene? Like where are those? Like why did it demonize women? We're here because of the fall of, but the true sin, because they talk about original sin in Catholicism, that man is sinned and that's why we're all here, fall from the Garden of Eden. But the true sin is that these beings, these Nordic beings, let's say, they're the ones who came here and genetically manipulated their genes, their divine genes, with man, and that was a big no-no in terms of the galactic rules. universal laws. Sorry. Okay. So when you look at humanity right now, to me, whenever I do infinity healings on calls, it's a big slave mindset versus slave master mindset. They're both like you can really look at planet Earth and just go, okay, there's people stuck here with a slave mindset, and there are people who are like, I don't want to be a slave, therefore I'm going to be the slave master mindset, right? But both are, you want to escape both of those mindsets and be a sovereign who, a true sovereign being doesn't need to have someone else follow them or do what they say. So in the prophecy, the movie The Prophecy with Christopher Walken, who plays Angel Gabriel, but he is a dark character, and he's really angry at God. Again, the word God, you have to think of it as like a lieutenant, because there's God, lieutenant, an alien lieutenant, and then you've got the archangels, and then the regular angels, and then the humans. There's stories in the Bible where the angels go and they're like, you know, please God help us out. There's all this stuff happening on earth. You know, there's all these fallen angels have interbred with the women of earth, and they've created this Nephilim, army of giants that are just devouring the earth. Please do something, right? So to me, that alone, that it's like hierarchical, which by the way, the Nordics are very hierarchical. That to me, that by the way, the reptilian brain that we have like a mammalian brain, and we have a reptilian brain. It's a more primitive part of our brain that's very fight or flight. Interesting name though. Is obsessed with hierarchy, right? When you look at the Catholic Church, it's very hierarchical. When you look at organized religion, hierarchical. When you look at military, hierarchical, right? To me, that does not represent spirit and love and, you know, true, genuine source. And so the character with Christopher Walken, Angel Gabriel, talks about you monkeys. He talks about humans like with such detest, and he talks about there was a time where he favored us, right? So it's as if they were the first creation, but they lacked something we have. I don't know if it's empathy um, or spirit or creativity. There's something that we have activated within us that these darker beings are unable. Yeah, I wonder about that. Is it no soul? Yeah, I wonder about that. But then in here you'll find out that even the soul is a type of a software program. So again, we have to dig in deeper than the soul. That's not where the root of our essence is. There's something beyond the soul. I mean, that sign, that's my infinity healing sign, but it's like infinite consciousness is the word I'll use for anything resembling instead of the word God, because God, when we've learned that word, is really representing like a head honcho, right? You will worship no gods other than me. I am a jealous God. That's in the Bible. So, so you'll see that character Angel Gabriel says that God turned his back on these beings, so that's why they're very jaded, and that's why they hate humans and they cause monkeys and this character says that God favored humans. That doesn't mean, like, think about this concept, guys. I've been the bad boy since I was a kid, right? And I'm not saying think about this concept. Like, I experienced a reality when America was going to war with Iraq, and suddenly almost at 9/11, all Muslims were like, oh my God, don't say you're Muslim. I was born Muslim. I broke out of it when I had my awakening at 25. But the ones that are labeled the bad guys, right? We have to question who's writing these books, because it's the victor that writes themselves as the good guys. But sometimes it's flipped. Sometimes it's the ones that are called the bad guys. And in this example of Iraq and America, I'm not saying America is the bad guy. I'm saying that the government, which is actually controlled by another country, which has figure out who's bullying the U.S. and telling them to send them millions of billions of dollars and do its dirty work, right? I don't want to get into that, but um, the whole world was brainwashed that, you know, these guys are bad guys, Iraqis are bad guys, we got to go kill those Iraqis, Syrians are the bad guys, Afghanis are the bad guys, even though there's a group of people there that are extreme and you know, are toxic in their mindsets. And but so I've experienced it. I've experienced after 9/11. I would always wear my Palestinian head wrap just to be like, I'm not afraid to hide. Like I was extra not wanting to get into fear. I was so extreme about it. But in Canada, it was different. But my point is, as a kid, you know, the black sheep of the family, bad kid in the family, whereas the golden child, older brother, followed, you know, was a good boy, listened to my parents, went to school, got high grades, and now has a big corporate job. I was the bad boy, didn't follow the rules, didn't listen to mom and dad, did whatever I wanted to do, didn't listen to teachers, and if we just had a grandchild and they were talking about Uncle Tariq, yeah, don't be like Uncle Tariq. You know, he defied his parents, he didn't listen to his teachers, he was a bad boy. But this bad boy is someone who values freedom, who questions authority, right? So we also need to question that when God says, like, I favor, you know, uh, this over that, and like these are good and these are bad. It's really important that we just question what's considered good and what's considered bad, because in the Bible, hey moon cat goddess, think about this concept, right? And I'm not trying this, I had a hard time with, because I'm like, oh my God, I'm saying good things about those that defy God, right? But who are we told in the Bible are the bad guys, right? It's Lucifer and Lucifer's army. There was a group of 200 fallen angels, which I'm not saying like I don't want to say they're good, but question why is they're the ones that said, I'm not going to take orders from the head honcho. We're going to do our own thing. That part of our being that says, I am a sovereign being, I'm not going to follow orders. I'm not someone else's. I'm not going to take orders from anyone else. We have to question that's what this author Jason Reza Georgiani talks about in his latest book, about this archetype of the rebel. And right now, it's not the good boys and girls who are going to help the revolution in humanity's awakening. It's not the ones that follow, oh, okay, we need to take the jab. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, we need to stay at home and not do, okay, we'll do that. Like that mindset is not going to help us win this revolution, this remembrance. It's the mindset of the rebel. Okay, what's the way around this? Okay, what are we going to do? How are we going to organize? How are we going to challenge authority? No, I'm not going to do this. No, I'm not going to do that. Right. So it's that mindset, the rebel mindset. And I'm not going to spend too much time. Last time I kept going into so another way of looking at this is in the Greek traditions, you've got the Olympians and you've got the what was it? The Olympians and the what are they called? It's like there are factions. There are the ones that call themselves gods, and there's the ones that rebel against them. Titans. Thank you, Rosemary. Appreciate it. Titans and Olympians. The Olympians, you know, Zeus and all those guys, we're the, you know, gods. And then it was the Titans who were kind of like demigods, but they were also a faction that rebelled against the gods on the side of humanity, right? If you study the story of Prometheus, this guy's big on Prometheus. If you study Prometheus, he went and tricked Zeus and went and found the fires that the gods had, and brought that fire to humanity. So he literally sacrificed he could have killed himself trying to help bring fire, bring illumination, if that's a symbol of light, to humanity. And then you've got stories of like the snake in Garden of Eden. If this theory that this God is actually not a capital G God, the one of the Abrahamic religions, and then humanity is eating the tree of knowledge, right? Information, knowledge is light, and then we all just, God gets pissed off, sends us down here, calls it the original sin. And so just question what's right, what's wrong, who's good, who's bad. I'm not trying to tell you anything. And I had such a resistance. Anytime I was told something bad is good, or there's good in like the Titans or whatever, I'm like, I don't trust any of those things. But just that concept that things are inverted. There's the dark forces don't necessarily just give us a whole bunch of bullshit, but they'll give us a whole bunch of truth with slight distortions. That way, part of us is like when we eat a impossible burger, it's like tastes like a real burger, but it's like a photocopy. So with Buddha's sent by the Devas to neutralize the Asuras. Okay, so in his research, because he also studied all religions earlier in his career, it says that Buddha was sent by the Devas. So in Vedic ancient Indian tradition, you've got that same story of the Olympians and the Titans. So study, maybe if anyone has any recommendations of movies, or maybe you can go on YouTube and type in the Olympians versus the Titans to get that concept. In Vedic or ancient Indian, you've got the Devas and you've got the Asuras. So the Asuras are like the Titans. They're the rebel army against the gods, right? And the Devas, you've got like all the, I don't know if it's like Shiva and I don't know the list of the gods, but again, right, in New Age, I go places. I lived in a place a few months ago where you've got the statues of the Devas. This is how I lose every person who has any religion. Does anyone here who follows any religion? I'm gonna lose all of you at the end of today's call. But I'm not coming at it from a critical part. I'm coming at it. This is what the universal intelligence is showing me, that there's this rebels and the ones that are we're told as the good ones. And think about it, like again, why are those the good ones supposedly? Because literally in Vedic, there's the Asuras are, when I looked it up, they were like the bad ones, but then they were like, but they had good traits. They were like honorable and noble, but they were the bad ones. And then they say like the Devas, the gods, the Olympians, are the good ones, but they also were very egotistical. They were also very like, worship me. I need to be worshipped. so so that's, you know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? Like they're the good ones, but they need us to worship them. That doesn't sound good to me. Neutralize the Asuras in order to brainwash people to be docile. To neutralize the Asuras. Okay. So we talked about the term loosh last time. Again, it doesn't have to be a bad thing, but these guys talk about harvesting our energies. They want us worshiping them. There are all these snake cults worldwide worshiping some kind of snake beings that demanded sacrifice, that demanded offerings, that demand. So anything that's on that pedestal that's saying, I need something from you, I just would say take all your power and sovereignty back from that. And apparently the moon is where it's managed. We'll get into the moon. It's a whole thing. So Prometheus, there's a movie called Prometheus. I highly recommend checking it out. Jupiter Ascending, I didn't get to show you guys that, but in Jupiter Ascending, it's one of the Matrix brothers that are now sisters. They had a sex change. Jupiter Ascending, highly recommended, because in there's so much truth. And for some reason, it's their least successful movie in terms of how successful it did compared to Matrix. But in there, you see that there's a gray being that can freeze time. And in the UFO research, they talked about how gray beings are able to freeze time with the cattle mutilations, where they suck out all this blood from the cattle. So they show you the gray in one of the scenes in Jupiter Ascending, and freezes time. So they have some time freezing technology. with the cattle mutilations, they are able to, they have some kind of technology that can not harm the cells of the body. They just separate the cells and then absorb all the. So in Jupiter Ascending, you've got gray aliens, you've got reptilian beings, you've got the Dracos, which is different than the reptilians. You've got then at the very, very top, you've got these Nordic beings. I mean, they don't depict them as blue eyes, blonde hair, but they're very human looking. So this guy, Jason Giorgiani, highly detests when they're called alien beings, because the biggest lie and the biggest deception with what's happening now with the UFO supposed disclosure, I don't know if you guys are aware, but like Trump government of America is slowly dripping, like giving us little breadcrumbs as they're buying themselves time, as their, you know, this demonic army of, say, Satan's army will present itself to humanity, apparently. So they're like slowly buying time before we find out this truth. And I say, fuck that. Fuck waiting for the government to give us disclosure. We know what the truth is right now. There's tons of people out there who have had real experiences with so-called alien beings. But they're not alien. If you watch Jupiter Ascending, you'll see that the guys at the very top that go, oh, Jupiter, they always have a British accent. I don't know why. Oh, Jupiter, planet Earth is just one of many planets that we own and we harvest. We harvest in order to make ourselves younger. So they found a way to use planets. How's my British accent, Lindsay? uh, they use the planets in order to create, and there's a term called ambrosia. Ambrosia was the food of the gods, and I wonder, in Greek mythology, and I wonder if ambrosia is this louche, because in Jupiter Ascending, and I wish I could share my screen, we'll do it next time, there's a scene where this goddess being who owns planet Earth amongst tons of other planets, and she's like, she walks into this pool of water, and she enters it, and when she comes out, she's like 50 years younger. She just looks more vibrant, and she explains to Jupiter, who's a human with divine genetics from past life, she explains to her that that's the most valuable resource. It's not gold, it's not diamonds, it's not money. For these beings, the most valuable resource is time. They want to live forever, right? So by going into this pool, and she's like, so what is this pool made out of? And then they basically find it's made out of like human energy. It's made out of human like life force. And then that's it's basically a factory farm, of a louche factory farm that they somehow bottle and use to keep themselves living forever. So Jupiter Ascending, study that movie. And if you don't watch the whole movie, you can literally go on YouTube and say summary of Jupiter Ascending, and someone would have taken the time and just like in 15 minutes explain to you the whole movie. Time Machine, we talked about that. There was this Nordic being who's underground. And Rosemary, do you remember who wrote the Time Machine? It's a prolific writer. Yeah, I would. So sometimes you'll find out that these guys like J.K. Rowling wrote Lord of the Rings or whatever, but there's a famous, so it's based on a famous writer's work. And then what I would recommend is watching all their movies, because they're definitely tapped into something. Either they're in an insider secret society that knows about what's going to happen, or they're just have a strong channeling ability. Hellboy is another movie, so that's definitely a high level. I don't know if it's a Satanist or whatever you want to call it, but in Hollywood, he created, so Labyrinth. Hellboy is literally saying something about Nazi Germany and portals, and then you've got this little Hellboy. It's like a little Satan child, and how gets raised underground, right? So he gets raised underground by the secret government that's aware of all these paranormal beings. But the mind fuck is you have sympathy for the devil, like the Rolling Stone song. You're like, oh, it's a little boy, and like is abandoned, doesn't have parents, but it's really like it's like literally looks like Satan. Um, and what's interesting about these Nordic beings is that after 15 years of like deep diving into all this hidden information, I've never come across Nordic beings. This guy was the first guy who is like, these guys hate humans. These guys are so dark. These guys are so advanced. These guys are like one of the bad races that we coexist with on this planet that are running things. So then you've got Labyrinth. So you've got Del Toro, the guy who did Hellboy. His version of Labyrinth. In that you see there's a little girl, there's army. That's little girl army that already shows like MK Ultra, some kind of like, um, and it's almost like they're all trying to tell because there's that Labyrinth. There's the Labyrinth that George Lucas did, I believe, with David Bowie's character who was a goblin. Study that movie. Because it's about portals to other dimensions. It's kind of like an Alice in Wonderland story, Labyrinth, and it's almost like all these movies. You've got Labyrinth, and it's like we're stuck in a labyrinth. That's what these movies are symbolizing. Any movies about cubes, we're stuck in it. There's a movie called Cube. We're stuck in a cube. How do we get out of the cube? Labyrinth. We're stuck in this labyrinth. How do we get out? That's planet Earth. How did we get here? How do we get out? Right. So Hitler was known to be obsessed with genetics. These Nordic beings obsessed with when they abduct humans, they're doing genetic experimentation. They're the ones who apparently have this advanced genetic intelligence. Right now, there's all these genetic, you give your DNA. Please don't do that if you've already done that. Just take your sovereignty back, alchemize that, because there's something dark about that. They're gathering we're willingly going, here's my DNA. So apparently, why is Hitler obsessed with genetics? Why are these so-called Nordics obsessed with genetics? Why is I met a blue blood. So blue bloods are like supposedly the royal bloodline, right? Like Queen Elizabeth's bloodline, which apparently goes back to Phoenicia, which is ancient like Lebanon, which goes back to the Pharaohs, Pharaonic bloodline, which goes back to. So another thing about bloodlines is if you really study Noah, what the so-called God flooded humanity, why was that? Because the fallen angels, so a faction of let's call them soldiers, but they call them angels, interbred with women and created this whole army of Nephilim giants that were destroying the earth. And then God said, "I'm going to send the flood to wipe out this like distorted genetic bloodline. He's trying to like wipe that out." So there's a whole theory that that bloodline survived. That's why there's an obsession with genetics. That there's a theory in my research that genetic code did, like when you create a flood, maybe some of the Nephilim are going to survive it. Maybe some of the people with that genetic code are going to survive. But why is there's this obsession? Okay, Noah, I need you to take all these, basically a genetic pool of animals, right? If you think about it, it's to preserve the genetics and to restart civilization. So apparently the CIA is able to infiltrate all these organizations, and they're trying to find humans who have some of this Nephilim DNA. And apparently, anyone here have RH blood type? Because it's 15% of the planet. Noah's Ark was a spaceship. That makes way more sense. That makes more sense. For real, Vin Dragonheart, obviously dragon. Yeah, interesting. So did you ever do just put in the chat, have you ever done a DNA test? Because these higher up organizations are trying to find humans who have this this blood type, and apparently it's connected to a Nephilim blood type. Sometimes I joke and say, like, because coming from Lebanon, there's a lot of like interbreeding. For all I know, I have some of that in my bloodline as well. So this is what's really important. It's said to be a Nephilim DNA, at least some of it is. And they tend to have the most paranormal experiences. So another question, Vin Dragonheart, is do you have a lot of paranormal experiences? I'm glad you haven't done the DNA test because you heard about them tracking blood types. Excellent, you're on it. Yeah, so let's go back here. We talked about the movies. We talked about this obsession with blue bloods. Hey, Alana, nice to see you. And I met a guy who's a blue blood here in Costa Rica, where I'm staying currently. And he was saying, yeah, so our blood type is pure. We don't want to like dilute our blood type, because we want to keep it pure. We're pure blood. So again, and he really talks like that. It was so annoying. I can just feel the derogatoriness just from it. I just feel lesser than just the way he talks. But I'm taking ownership for how I received that. But so why do and the Brits pharaonic bloodline, there's this whole, and then in the Matrix, you'll hear about the Merovingian bloodline that's supposedly Jesus's bloodline. So this God being Jehovah, Yahweh, I want to call him like what's another word? Because let's just call it whatever. It's like the head of this military, what's the head of a military? What's this like? I don't know. Why was he obsessed with like wiping out certain genetics, keeping certain genetics? Again, when they say like these are the bad ones, but these are the good ones. The good ones are like the obedient ones. They're the ones that are like easy to be controlled, right? The ones that like are good boys and girls who follow religion and do what God says, right? God wants those beings. Those are the good ones for God's perspective, but is it good from a rebellious perspective? Okay, so moving on. This guy thinks that, this guy, Jason Giorgiani, thinks that Nordic beings are actually humans. So they're not alien beings. They look exactly like humans. They're just taller. They have a very strong, fit physique. And he calls them overlords and that they're completely sadistic. So apparently there's battles between factions and we're just caught up in the middle. So movies that I would recommend that show that we're in a puzzle, I already said this, there's a movie called Cube. I'd watch that. There's 3 labyrinths. And think about it. Anyone here heard of Stanley Kubrick? If you're studying movies, yeah, I would highly recommend studying his movies because he shares a lot of truth in his movies. And his name is because the cube apparently represents Saturn. I'll get into that next time, but we're stuck in this cube. And his last, his name is Kubrick, which is interesting because like cube and brick. So study the movie Space Odyssey because in that very old movie, you've got what they discovered on the dark side of the moon. There's a very eerie scene. There's something about like planet early man is peacefully coexisting with each other, and this like monolith, which looks like basically a TV screen on its side, horizontal. And they're saying that that's what the monolith is, this like screen on our phones, on our laptops, on our TV screens. Shows up and then all the apes, primitive man, start like beating each other and it messes them up. So it's like what came along and created this like distortion in our way of being. Very good question study. Okay, and then so resets, a very important topic to study is resets, right? Right now they're calling what we're going through now the Great Reset. Have you guys heard that? So they're calling this the Great Reset. The flood, Noah's flood, was a form of a reset. I just had a guy yesterday who talked about Tartaria. Anyone here heard of Tartaria? For those of you, yeah, agenda 2. Anyone here heard of Tartaria? Well, I did it. I talked about it on a podcast yesterday. It'll come out anywhere where you watch podcasts. Just type in Tariq Bibi. Give it a few days, it'll be on. But again, if you guys are not aware of that, we'll have to do a deep dive on it because it's very important to know about Tartaria and the mud floods. So literally, this is in the 1800s civilization, a worldwide civilization, just like Atlantis. So Atlantis was another sinking of Atlantis. We were so powerful, our technology was high, our spirituality was high, like we had very advanced, and then it's like flood. Right now we're all remembering and raising connecting dots, and it's like flood or like whatever happens, reset. You've also got the plagues. This is really interesting. The plague in Europe was a form of genetic. It's like if there are beings that coexist with us, and every time, so the plague happened right after one of the Renaissance is Europe coming out of the dark ages, art, beauty, architecture, right? So we're awakening, and then this plague happens. So what forces are we coexisting with that are so scared of us waking up that every time we do, they create some kind of reset? And if that's happening right now, which I believe it to be happening, how do we learn from history and these previous resets so that we break that cycle, we actually come out of this, and we can, continue with the awakening and not have to start all over from kindergarten? Study the movie Free Guy, because in Free Guy, you've got, it's kind of like a Truman Show. If you haven't studied that, study that one with Jim Carrey, because there's a figure in the moon controlling planet Earth, and it's all like a stage. So Free Guy is like we're living in a virtual reality video game. It's it's like we're living in a virtual reality game. And the guys who created the game are like, erase that whole reality. We're creating another game, a version 0.2, version 2 of it. So that's a more recent one. What are they trying to tell us? That if we are living in a simulation, the ones who created the simulation, are they wanting to just switch this whole simulation off and create a whole other simulation? Is it like, who are the ones that continue in that second simulation? Who are the ones that stay behind? Maybe is it the ones that don't choose the mark of the beast or some kind of technology Neuralink in their brains that plugs them into some metaverse? Those are the ones that continue, and the ones that refuse that stay behind. So then you've got the movies Terminator again, right? So Terminator, there's like factions who like chose not to, there's wars between robots and humans, and factions who are against the resistance. But there's this very, very, very disturbing scene in the first, I think it was the first or second Terminator, I can't remember. But tell me if you guys remember this, because it's an 80s movie, and it's the same guy who did Avatar 1 and 2 and Titanic, and he also created Terminator. There's this scene where there's this like wave. It looks like a wave that just waves through all of Earth, and it was like it just like washed some kind of like atomic bomb or some kind of like wave energy that just destroyed everything. I think it was her. The scene was so eerie because there was a little girl on a swing, and she's just like playing, and a bunch of kids in a playground, and then this thing happens, and it was like a two-part thing. One thing just like burnt. I think one thing burnt everything, so it's kind of some kind of technology that just like burns everything, so everything gets burnt. And then the second wave of this technology, everything gets calcified. So you literally see everything kind of calcified, frozen. And you can actually go online right now and see calcified rock that look exactly like an elephant, that look like a dragon, that look like a... So they even say that, who's heard the theory that in old times there were giant trees, and some of the mountains that we have are literally like the tree stump, and the top chopped off, and it's calcified. So a good example of that is the one Ears Rock in Australia. It literally, it doesn't look like a regular mountain with like a like a more triangular. It literally looks like a tree stump, and then the top is completely flat. So if you ever look at mountains and see completely flat top and almost like the rings, like a tree. So there's something about that, what calcified all these things in the past. But again, I've spent like 10 hours looking at these trees. So to get you guys to go, oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you need to see it. Again, I wish I had my internet working, but I'm glad we're here. Okay, so Free Guy, Terminator scene, very, very telling. What's it trying to tell us? Because these guys are trying to tell us something. And the Terminator movie showed that in the future, in 2020 something, which is the time we're in now, that there'll be these like AI Terminators, which is actually now Tesla releases these robots. Interesting, Alana. Alana said she has a rock elephant as a screensaver. How synchronistic, Alana. That's awesome. Oh, here we go. Mud fossil theories. So Vin Dragon Heart is saying check out Dragon Earther on TikTok and the mud fossil theories. Thank you. If you have any links, please put them in the chat. The tree stumps are horns of giant creatures. Yeah, I've seen actually rock that look exactly like a dragon. Okay, great. So Saiba, you've heard of Tartaria and the mud floods. Great. There's a great one if you type in Good Lion Films, Good Lion Films. And if you guys, if someone wants to just like find these and post them in the chat, Good Lion Films, Tartaria Part 1 and 2. Amazing movie. The only thing with this guy who does Good Lion Films is very like there's one, I think we would disagree on like what I just said about Jehovah and like, you know, archangels. Like he still sees that all as like the true God is this Jehovah Yahweh being that is like the ultimate God, and is like all loving, and you know, so that's the only distinction. Okay, did I miss any notes here? Every time, no more starting over from kindergarten. We're done with this, right, Lindsay? And if you guys have links and photos, please put them. A movie that came up to mention is Meet Joe Black. That questions things. Awesome, Kiana, nice to have you here. I remember watching it, and so what is? Tell me again, what is it that in the chat? What is it that I have to rewatch it? But yeah, I remember his character is like death or something. So where were we? Netflix series, Terminator, Jehovah. So Jehovah wanting to wipe out humanity, movies like Noah, right? So there's a movie. What's interesting about the movie Noah is I studied that director. He definitely has inside information. But for some reason in Noah, if anyone's seen it with Russell Crowe, um, instead of showing the Nephilim as these giant beings, they actually did some CGI, like cheesy. They're like these rock beings, which is very. Why were you? Why? What were you scared to show the Nephilim as they were? Like you've got millions of dollars to create this epic movie, and you decide to, for fun, distort what the Nephilim look like, these giant beings, because they're in the movie, but they look like these cheesy rock characters, which is interesting. What are they trying to hide? Also, if you guys are not aware, as I'm researching all this stuff, what went viral on all my YouTube channel, like YouTube was saying this everywhere, is that the Vatican is so terrified now that AI took the hidden, the Vatican suppressed book of Enoch. So the church didn't want the book of Enoch to end up in the final print of the King James Bible. You're aware of that, Rosemary? And apparently the Vatican is like, no, don't that we don't accept the book of Enoch. There's something in the book of Enoch they're trying to hide. You can literally go on YouTube and there's like a whole animation. There's like 100 versions of the book of Enoch with AI videos, so you see visually what's happening. Because in that you've got the fallen angels, you've got the Nephilim beings, and you've got that they were the ones who created original sin. So one of the theories that the Vatican is terrified about this book is, oh shit, we've told humans that they're the ones who created the original sin and need to feel guilty and need to come to our institutions to ask for forgiveness from God. So if they all, so some of the biggest threats is Gnostic information, because Gnostics believe that the divine is within. So again, that's why they wiped out there's a whole sect in in old France called the Cathars, who are connected to the true bloodline, like Jesus and Mary Magdalene's movement of the spiritual movement. And the Catholic Church wiped them out, genocided the whole. No one knows about them. Like very few people know about it. And they talked about that we're living in a false reality, that the God is the actual demigod, is a trickster God, and that the kingdom of heaven is within. These are in some of the books that didn't make it to the Bible, that the kingdom of heaven is within. But think about it, this whole Vatican, institutions, like, what? You don't, God is within? You don't need to come to our churches? You don't need to feel guilty? Like that was their biggest, they weaponized the part of humans that feel guilty. So that's where we're in now, guys. We're not falling for the guilt trips. We're aware of what's true and what's not, and all these institutions are just falling apart. Ice Age, what happened? So apparently, when they took out things in mammoths from the last time there was a polar shift and there was an ice age, everything froze. So the freezing happened like in a second because they found the animal that the mammoth ate or whatever, like still undigested, right? So it ate it and then it froze right away, like when the freezing happened. So interesting. Like I don't take every day I wake up, I go, oh, I got another 24 hours or I have another day, So I really, based on the fact that an ice age can happen in a second, these movies show that this technology wipes out the floods, I have more of an urgency in my being that's like, get the information out. Read as much as I can and have the humility to go, it can happen any day, and not resist that, not be afraid of it. But also with that mindset, it helps me go, well, what's the most valuable use of our time, and what's the most important information to share? And definitely the false, I would say, because if, let's say, worst case scenario, we all get flooded, to me, what we talked about last time is the most important information, because if we truly want to liberate ourselves and we all, died today, and then the false light to me is the most important thing. Like, do not fall for the false light trap. We tried. So in the Matrix movie, there's two important scenes. One when he's talking to the architect. So you could just go on YouTube and say Matrix architect scene. So apparently that architect, old guy, white beard, the creator of our reality, even, I'm very careful with words like creator. Someone created this virtual reality, like some, you know, so this architect, because even Freemasons, they worship the grand architect, right? So there's something about this reality with the zeros and ones. Who's the architect? Why do Freemasons worship the grand architect? Who is the grand architect? So there's really important information with the architect saying how, we've tried this several times. And then the Merovingian character, you can study his character as well, because he said, so there's talk about, we've tried this a few times before, right? So they tried it once, didn't work. And they tried it again, like creating a race that was obedient, but like also not completely animalistic, that they're destroying and killing each other. That's what they mean by they're trying to find the perfect blend. It's like trying to make the perfect cake where it's not too soggy, it's not too dry. It's like the perfect obedient slave human race. So they've tried it a few times, and they say that in the movie Matrix. They talk about your predecessors your predecessors. The word predecessor, predecessors. Okay. So then, because this guy is half American, half Iranian, and he talks about how there are these different timelines. So when you study Tartaria and the mud floods, there was a timeline where we would have all continued with free electricity, free energy, advanced healing technologies with these giant bells that were like giant gongs that when they hit them, it would just like cleanse our spirits. So would be the healthiest civilization on earth, would be the most spiritually advanced, technologically advanced, in terms of our life isn't about slavery and debt to money and 9 to 5s and credit card debt. Our reality is about enlightenment and creativity, right? So that literally when you study Tartaria, that's what they were creating from that place. And then there was this opposing force that's like, no, let's destroy this information, hide it. They all need to pay electricity. They all need to pay gas to get around. They all need to get into airplanes to fly around. So there's this whole timeline where we're able to travel way more easier back and forth with close to no money. And so he also talks about how Iran before then had this beautiful, like, ancient culture and traditions and art and poetry, like Hafiz and um, I think we've got who's the famous Sufi poet, Rumi, from that culture, right? So it was in this trajectory of beauty, art, advanced science, and then this like kind of more dogmatic Islamic takeover happens, and it just like it stifles their progress, right? So some studying his own country's history, how these advancements get held back by dogmatic versions of religion, and how we have these opportunities through history where we could in this moment advance spiritually and technologically and all those things. So he talks about a bunch of remote viewers. So if you don't know what a remote viewer is, they're able to send their consciousness awareness out of their bodies and explore anything. And we're going to do that in our regressions. And in a month's time, we're going to find the truths about all these things. But they get into deep state, they send their consciousness to explore past, present, future timelines, outer space. You can remote view anything. So when they went into the future, they saw an economic collapse, they saw there was a famine, and they saw there was starvation. In Africa, millions have unfortunately died because they're more reliant on, some of those countries are way more reliant on external foods coming in. So many disasters, sea levels, floods. All the coastal cities have been flooded. So that's take that with a grain of salt. If you do want to anchor in somewhere, if you care to continue in this reality, living right next to the coast might not be a good idea. What did the elites, the parasitic elites, know? They've all built bunkers in Hawaii and other places, and it came out that all those like Amazon, Bill Gates dudes, they all have these bunkers. What do they know that they're not telling us? And what I hate about this stuff is that the government knows about these alien experiences and they don't want us to know. Like that pisses me off, that they're like, oh, this is going to scare humans, we're going to keep it to ourselves. Or, oh, this is going to, because again, they want everyone, they've known this stuff since Roswell. Roswell happened, when did it happen? Forever ago. Was it like 40s, 50s, 60s? And then their plan, so the remote viewers moving into the future saw that there were pandemics worse than the COVID pandemic. 1947, thank you, Alana. So since the 50s, the American government had connected with alien beings, so apparently the Greys are not, they're the robots, they're biological robots of the Nordic beings or other beings. I don't want to say alien because they're fully human. So that's what the Greys are, the little Greys. They're the robots who do all the dirty work for the Nordics. There have been some people who were abducted, and when they regressed and got that information, or from their own memory, they remember seeing grays doing all the work, experiments, and then the ones that are like fuck off and moved away, and they would see Nordic beings kind of behind the scenes, like Wizard of Oz. The wizard was hiding behind the curtains. So the Nordic tall whites, quote unquote Nordic, because it has nothing to do with Norway, but they look like them. Tons of movies that I remember once staying at my friend's place. I usually don't smoke weed, but she was like, "Yeah, help yourself," and she left a whole bunch of weed. And I was like, it was like Christmas time, so I was like, "All right, let me just smoke some weed." And she's got this giant TV, which I usually don't watch TV, and she had the Disney Channel. So I'm like, "Yeah, let me smoke some weed and watch some Disney movies." I don't know if it was the weed, because the weed gets you into state of like if my mind already connects dots, my mind already feels what everyone feels. So imagine putting more, heightening that. Now I'm connecting. Now my third eye's like blasted open, and I'm watching Disney, and I literally felt like I was watching Satan's creativity. Like if the darkest force on this planet can create a movie, that's what I was watching, because every movie had the world being destroyed. Wall-E, the world was destroyed, and this little robot was like cleaning it up. Every Marvel movie, I was really studying the Marvel movies. Like every Marvel movie, there's this world collapsing, and these, Marvel beings were coming to save humanity, which is part of their. That's what they want to do. They want to stage a false alien invasion to bring us all together. But I was seeing it, and I was seeing tons of virtual. Almost every movie in that I was watching had an element of escape this reality and go into a metaverse reality, like movies like Tron 1, 2, 3. There's a new one that just came out now called Ares, Age of War. So what are they trying to tell us? Because the CIA is in bed with Disney, is in bed with Hollywood, and they've used these organizations in order to it's called predictive programming. They tell you what's going to happen before it happens. Like if I think in the late 80s, early 90s, there was a movie by one of my favorite directors, who's probably a fucked up human, who created Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, created Dr. Parnassus, Imaginarium, Guillermo. No, that's someone else. And he created a movie called, it's got time travel. Bruce Willis is in it. 12 Monkeys. So if you guys study 12 Monkeys from late 80s, 90s, what's the plot of 12 Monkeys? There's a scientist who has a virus that wants to spread it all over the planet. That's in the late 80s, early 90s. It's a great movie. I love it, because you've got time travel in it. You've got this like apocalyptic scientist, world pandemic. You've seen that movie, Kiana? There you go. Moving on. Cyclical. So apparently even there's cycles. So there's like some kind of alien technology that's affecting us. What's causing the floods? What's causing these like ice? There's the ice ages. So there's natural stuff like an ice age. And then there's non-natural technologies like what happened in Hawaii, where, whoever force are targeting and wiping out, and like, I don't know if you guys studied that, but there's the California fires, like they were burning through metal. Some things weren't getting burnt that should have gotten burnt, but things that weren't burnt, like metal, and so it's like, what technology are they using? So there's like, so apparently what happened in Roswell, in what you guys just put the date there. These the Nordic beings made a deal with the American government. They're like, listen, we'll give you guys technology, and so we'll give you technology so you can be superior to all your enemies out there, in terms of your army and your technology. And in exchange, we want you guys to keep this a secret, and we want to continue doing our genetic experiments. That's how obsessed they are with these genetic experiments. So the question, the conclusion, and I'll get to it, is that So brother Dragonheart, something to be aware of. They believe that there's some kind of switch that can happen when they're planning this big chaotic thing, right? Any day now. And something about the ones with the Nephilim genetics, as if it can like, I don't know if they're going to use the cell phone technology, but through frequency, and literally everyone who's got a cell phone, like rest assured that can be is being used and can be used against us. Um, so just put a protection thing around it, and through frequency they can literally trigger and activate those who have that dormant Nephilim genetics to make us more Nephilim like. so so I looked immediately, went online. I was like, what movie shows that at some point half of humanity just becomes like more like a zombie apocalypse or like something like that? And apparently there's this movie called Werewolves, which exactly says that. So the movie Werewolves, it's like out of nowhere, half of humanity gets activated, or apparently 15% of us, and then become more like werewolf-like. So I would definitely do some overriding of those genetics, do some alchemization of those genetics so that when they do that, and they could just target, okay, New York, Los Angeles, or like different parts of the world, they could just target it through the frequencies and get all those Nephilim genetics to become like more predatory. Interesting stuff, huh? Interesting things to wake up and go to sleep researching. And then there's the natural cyclical stuff, like every 12,000 years, apparently there's like this thing that, the planet goes through her cyclical changes. There's a great book called Cross of Henday that shares that there's this architecture in France called the Cross of Henday, where the guy who created that architecture was showing us the cycles of planet Earth, and was trying to give us a heads up, like, hey guys, this happens every so and so amount of years. So apparently we're in that phase as well. Ancient Apocalypse, I think, is a series on Netflix that shows that there's been all these floods that happened in the past. Governments don't want us to know what's going on. They think we'll freak out and all of religions will fall apart. They want to create like a Hunger Games type future. I've seen this in several movies where there's like an elitist group, and then like more like poor, financially poor group. Um, and so when you study the Hunger Games, you see like there's the ones out in the forest just like using bow and arrow and like hunting animals and just like, and then there's the elitists that chose to continue with the agenda and the chip in your brain and who knows what else. So movies showing people that want to live in virtual realities. Player One is it Exit Player One or something like that? It's a Steven Spielberg movie showing you kids living in a virtual reality. Free Guy, Inception is another one. Inception shows you that we're living in a dream within a dream within a dream. So it's like levels of it. Literally yesterday I was watching a video and it said, how do we know that we're not already in hell? It's like, here we are like, oh, okay, we need to be good boys and girls so we can go to heaven and like not go to hell. And it's like, what if we're already in what if we're already in hell this whole time? Because there's this series called The Good Place. Has anyone seen it? It's on Netflix. The Good Place, because that's the premise. The premise is they realize the characters are like, oh, like we thought we were in hell, but we're in the good place. And it's after they die. And I would study it too, because this character, the Satan character, but looks like a old, friendly, loving guy, pairs people up purposely. So if anyone here had nightmare relationships in this lifetime, toxic, draining relationships, So apparently in this Good Place series, which I recommend studying, they purposely pair them up as soulmates, but they're literally just creating more louche. But it's done in a very nun-like sci-fi. It's just done in a very basic way. Actually, it has some sci-fi elements because you see they're in a virtual reality. There's the architect who's making sure it's all there. There's AI, but it's like if you study that, it's trying to tell you something. It's trying to tell you that they're already in the good place. Well, you have like a lifetime of movie recommendations by the time we're done all of this. Okay, split. Yeah, it seems like there's going to be this big split happening on our Earth. People who go along with the beast system, the smart cities, and the others. There's another great movie, and this is what terrifies me, is called The Giver. And it's almost like some big catastrophe happened, and the ones that survived lived in these small, kind of like smart cities. But the kids that are growing up, literally in the movie, they're taking vaccinations like every hour, and it's very like technocratic. Uh, and they only show one kid. There's only one kid in that whole village that meets like this elder, and that elder shows the kid what happened before the Great War, the Great Disaster. You know, there's a lot of movies that show some major cataclysmic thing happens, and then they want to make sure they never go back to that again. So they're like extra controlled and extra, you know, I don't say loving and peaceful because it's like a fake peaceful, because and they're also not being told about humanity. So talk about great reset is this whole, you know, because even when you study Tartaria, big question is Cabbage Patch Kids, like orphan trains. There were trains that came to places like New York and all the big cities and flooded them with orphans. So where did these orphans come from? What happened to their parents in the movie that I just mentioned, The Giver? Why weren't the parents of the kids telling them this is what Earth was? It's almost like clean slate. Imagine a whole race of imagine we all died for some reason, and the only ones that survive are these brand new kids, and they're a clean slate. So whoever is there as their educators can be like, there was never internet and laptops and cell phones and music, right? So they can literally take them back to the Stone Age if they wanted to, and only tell them what they want to tell them. So that's what worries me about these resets, is because even when you study Tartaria, there was a big emphasis of people who get stuck into psychiatric wards, right? And it's like the ones that are aware get sent into these like crazy hospitals for people who are crazy. And yeah, it gets you thinking. Like, so in history, the ones that were bad, like Australia, apparently were a bunch of criminals that got sent to Australia from the UK. But what if like those were the ones that questioned what, you know, what happens to society, in society, the ones that question, that challenge, they probably are the ones that know, and everyone else is the ones that are like, okay, we'll go with the plan. Amazing movie if you want to study a movie that shows you possibility of this fake alien invasion that they're planning. A movie called V. Has anyone seen it? It's an older movie. V. It's like V for Victor. No, V for I don't know what it stands for, but there's a series and there's an older movie and there's a newer movie. And V shows you these beings that come and they're like, okay, we're here to help humanity and we have this advanced technology. We can
V
help them.
for Vendetta.
Yeah, that's another good one, Lindsay. V for Vendetta shows you more of like a Big Brother, 1984, George Orwell, Big Brother. Why are you outside of like the hours you're supposed to be out? And um, yeah, it's also one of the Matrix guys, so it shows you more of a technocratic Big Brother state. But this one's called V, just V, and it shows you aliens coming, but they're not really aliens. And when the skin peels off, you see like scales, so they're like reptilians, and very interesting as well. But it's a fake alien invasion. Very important to know that it's, and then in the movie you see there's a faction of people who are like questioning these beings. So the plan these the world leaders are trying to do is like a big world war disaster. Everyone's fighting, everyone's killing each other, and then so they call it problem reaction solution, right? So they want to create the problem so that we go, please help us. And when we go, please help us, they're like, okay, the aliens come in and they're like, we are here. We have been monitoring you all these years and we want to help you. But those are beings, probably Nordic beings, that have been here the whole time. A lot of movies that show Satan's army being built underground. So I want movies like Lord of the Rings. There were all those ogres just like building fucking, weapons. There's a movie called Robots with Robin Williams. There's a whole underground army of robots. Again, you've got an army, you've got all these robots being created by Tesla right now. You've got the Terminator movie showing you an army of robots fighting against Earth. So it's like, what is this big? And I just told you guys about the dormant, how we can be activated and create it's like civil war. So I highly recommend, if you have the ability, just to get the most important thing with all this stuff that could seem scary to our wounded inner children is really connecting to that warrior spirit that you are, and coming from a place of no matter what happens, I'm good. And if you have the luxury of being like, I can live here, I can move here, where do you want to be situated and anchored in when the shit show happens? I don't think it's more about let's avoid it. It's about where do you want to be anchored in? Who do you want to have around you? Yeah. But really, whatever you can do to activate that warrior archetype within you. Okay. How are we doing for time? We're 20 minutes left. I'm gonna talk less and just go through the information more. Another movie that shows you about like entities is called If, Imaginary Friends. If you really study it from that lens, that they're not these like cute imaginary friends, they're actually entity beings. But in the movie, they make it seem like, yeah, like what were our imaginary friends? Were they entities? Because in the movie, you see scenes where the imaginary friend connects with a human, and there's like there's like this electric um, energy that happens, and they make it look really beautiful, like, oh, they're having this electric moment. But the way I see it is, it's the entity siphoning energy from the human. And the whole premise of the movie is the imaginary friends don't want humans to forget about them, right? So at some point we matured and we're like, oh, I'm not going to believe in the imaginary friend anymore. So it's this whole like, how do we get people to remember about us so that we can have a connection with them? I might do a whole like the next time. I'll just do what we did last time. I'll just share 1 2 minute clips back to back. I'll try to talk less. So basically, it's like overlords versus the rebels. Which side are you on? So NASA is less about exploring space, and I feel it's more about exploring time space. So I really feel that a lot of people who are joining them, it's more about time traveling. And apparently these Nordics are so obsessed, like in the time travel movies, when the guy is trying so hard to save their wife from dying, and they try a million things, and no matter which thing they do, it's inevitable. The Nordics are so obsessed with time travel that they're like, how do we stop what happened to their race? Something happened to their race, a bunch of them died off, and there's a group of them, instead of just accepting, like, you know what, we had our run, we had a great time, let's accept our fate. There's a group that are like, no, and they're just literally time traveling, trying to find a way to um, preserve themselves. So with Atlantis, it's important to know that as Atlantis sank, a lot of these advanced civilizations moved all over the world. So they moved to Ireland, they moved to Arab countries, Iranian countries, and that continued the civilization known as Tartaria and advanced civilization with advanced technologies. So it's important to know that it spread, and like the Celts had a lot of Druidic Celts. Why were they genocided by the Catholic Church? It's like Atlantis. Oh, thank God, a group of Atlanteans survived and ended up in ancient Ireland. And then it's like, so we have something that can connect us to this mysterious Atlantis and get some of that information from these beings. But what happens? There's a genocide that like wipes out the Celts. We have genocides that almost try to wipe out Armenians. What did they know that was a threat to the Turkish people? Native Americans, like, well, what, as powerful. I remember reading a book where this guy was like, wow, the things you guys know, and is like, we only know 15% of what we once knew, right? In this story, this guy goes and does a ceremony with an elder, and he's blown away, like, wow, you know, and that's just 15% of what they once knew, supposedly, based on this one story. But like, just the concepts of like, we're really dealing with like remnants, and like, we're a civilization of amnesia. Where did we come from? Who were we before? And the ones that had the knowledge and wisdom, it's like we're only having remnants of it, and then there's this whole mind wipe that happens when we come here. It's like, yeah, in order to come to Earth, you're just gonna have to like wipe out all your memory. Even though it's a school, we're here to learn, but we need to help you. We need to wipe out your memory so you forget everything you've learned. Like, that's such a mixed messages. You're here to learn, but we're gonna erase everything you've learned thus far. Welcome to planet Earth. So yeah, and there's a movie called Memento, which is a great movie because the main character has like, who's this person? Like, the memory of a fish, whereas like he can't, he only remembers it while it's happening, and then he forgets it, and is trying to write everything down and tattoo information to like piece this all together. That's how I feel we are, as what I'm trying to do. So dragon, interesting, because any symbol with the dragon shows up as the rebel factions. When you look at flags, you can just Google flags, and all the ones that have the dragon in there seem to be the ones that are the rebel factions. Every culture explains the deluge that happened, the floods, every culture worldwide. There's even, I don't know if it's the Hopis, if anyone knows this, the Hopi tribe in the US said something about these beings told them to follow them into underground caves, and they were able to survive one of the floods. Yeah, guys, there's multiple beings here, but the unfortunate thing is, based on this research, there were like 95% of them are hostile to humans. But there's many different ones. We only talked about the Nordics. The Greys, I wouldn't say count, because they're more of a robotic biological machine. Nordics being one of them, reptilians being one of them. And I don't know if there's like this insectoid one, because the Hopi story, it's a famous story about the Hopis, how they survived one of the floods by following these insectoid beings who led them underground. And if you study now what's being dug out of the earth in Turkey, it's this whole deep, intricate cave system underground, which they have like animals and all sorts of stuff, but it's like the biggest excavation on our planet thus far. And you can see that happening right now. So all countries came together. So interesting thing about Antarctica, because if the Nordics are time travelers and they have this advanced technology, where would they center themselves on planet Earth so that they're not disturbed? So that if they come here and they're like from 1,000 years in the future, we're not going to be like, if they land in New York or somewhere like that, people are not going to be like, where are you from? You don't look like you're from this time. So they apparently they've chosen Antarctica, because who the fuck is going to Antarctica? Interesting. So they have all these underground bases in Antarctica. Guess who else was obsessed with Antarctica? Hitler. So apparently, the Nazis actually sent their factions to Antarctica, and I think one of their factions settled there. And in fact, when they landed there, they threw a whole bunch of like Nazi flags. So they were claiming um, that that part that they occupied in Antarctica. So what did they know that we don't know? And here's another red flag. All countries of the world, maybe majority, maybe not every single one, but majority, came together and all agreed that us humans are not allowed to go to Antarctica. Please look it up. You find the link, paste it on the chat. Why did all these countries come together and say, okay, yeah, the rest of humans are not allowed to go to Antarctica? What is it that they've discovered there? I believe there's a very uh, like vast civilizations, underground bases, technologies, and also these Nordics are there as well, I believe. So one of the things they're using to enslave humanity is using this green washing that's happening, brainwashing, but it's like you're gonna say um, we care about planet, we're polluting the planet. So you need all your cars to be smart cars. You need everything, smart homes, smart everything. Well, smart is a mind fuck because it's actually stupid to get that. Because guess what? If you have your regular car, you can drive around as long as you put gas. You can go from north of Canada all the way to South America, right? A lot of people do that trek from Canada to Mexico. So, but with smart cars, they're like, actually, because we care so much about the environment, you're only allowed to drive your car for a certain amount of distance. So think of the freedom that gets taken away because of so-called environmentalism. And I knew this way back in the day when one of those US presidential candidates, uh, the Inconvenient Truth, do you remember that guy? I think he was running with George Bush and he didn't make it, but then they used him to create a movie talking about the environment. And I was like, as soon as I saw a US president who didn't win create a movie talking about an inconceivable truth, something like that. Does anyone know who I'm talking about? Yeah, that guy. And as soon as I was like, they're using a US politician to help us care about the environment, I was like, something's up here. This is like years ago. This is like 2000, 2000s, sometime then. So, and it's only continued since then, getting more and more, these characters like DiCaprio and pretending to care about the environment. It's all part of the parasitic elites trying to use that to control humanity. Oh, you can't eat, animals because the cow farts are creating problems on our planet, or whatever stupid dumb shit they're trying to brainwash us with. But to me, I think more the resistance mindset, the rebellious mindset, because they're pushing us to eat crickets and all sorts of things. Crickets are filled with parasites, and then you're parasite infested, and then you're more easy to be controlled. But the mindset is grow our own food, connect with our local farmers, because the biggest farm buyer right now is Bill Gates. Why does Bill Gates, who I don't think is fully human anymore, who I don't think is on the side of humanity, why is he caring so much about buying farms? It's about control. It's like literally going to get to that what's a movie I said earlier about the different like the people who have it all and people who don't have and have nots. So yeah, Baalbek is in Lebanon. I don't know if you've seen it. The biggest giant rock. Has anyone seen Baalbek? Like remainder of this ancient civilization. They call it Roman. They say Roman for everything, but it's Tartaria or ancient Atlantis. And these giant rocks, like they literally showed you these giant, the biggest rocks we've seen. They showed you where they were excavated. There's one giant one sticking out of the ground. It's like, I don't know, 50 people, like a 50 people the length of 50 people. I'm just making up a number. And then they show you where the remainder of Baalbek is. And I don't know why this one doesn't get as much shine as other places like Egypt, but it's where, you know, the lands that my ancestors roamed, and they literally show you where they were excavated and where they were built. And you've got pyramids all over the world. So apparently the civilization knew how to harness energy from Earth and then use that energy to literally, so we have to forget that our ancestors were primitives and using, you know, hammer and chisel. Like, that's a fantasy, that's a distortion. They were advanced, they had advanced technologies, and they knew how to work with Earth's energies, and they knew about ley lines. Okay. So they literally have a technology now that if someone did kill, like murdered someone in prison, they can put this device on them, and then that person experiences, let's say, doing 10 years in jail. Or experiences what it feels like to do the damage they did to someone. So they experience getting killed. So it's manipulating in their memories, right? So literally right now we have a technology that can just be put on you, and you can be like, oh my God, whatever they want to put into your memory. Like, you would think that your thoughts, your memories are your own. So movies like that are like Blade Runner. What's the one with Arnold? Total Recall. There's a newer one and an older one. It's like we literally have this technology right now that can just change what we know to be true, and it could distort, create stories of who you are and your memories. Another one that I haven't mentioned that I highly recommend studying is Dark City. It came out exactly around the time of The Matrix, but somehow The Matrix guys stole a lot from Dark City that wasn't as famous, and then they made The Matrix, which apparently they stole from this other woman as well. Parasitic. Dark City, because it shows you archonic beings that have telepathic powers and manipulate time and energy, and the guy's trying to figure out like pieces of, it's trying to piece things together. Okay, moving on. Soul is like so apparently the soul, like we use the word soul a lot, but it's like a file. It's, you're able to, you know, it's still somehow kind of like advanced technological matrixy. I wouldn't put all my bets on the soul. I would do more soul searching and find out. And then, so the word monad came today in my research. If you research what the monad is, that aspect of yourself, that is infinite consciousness. Because with the souls, there's stories of like one soul coming into two twin bodies, but they're the same soul, or one, yeah. So it's like one soul into two beings, or many beings of one soul. Like, there's stories when you research that. So the soul seems to be like a hard drive of experience and memory, which is not the source of all that you are. That's a part of who you are. So here he's questioning about the in-between lives, how people with near-death, because he studied extensively alien stuff, and near-death experiences, and remote viewers. And so people hear this a lot. Let's say your uncle, your grandma died 50 years ago, and then you die now, and then you see your grandma there. And it's like, why is she just sitting there for 50 years waiting for you? Right? It was like, why are all these beings just sitting there in this like limbo place waiting for us, when when the truth of what really happens is they're being recycled within 2 to 3 years. They go through some kind of thing that happens, and then they get recycled back within 2 to 3 years. Most people are, that's what's happening to them. So that shows you, remember last call we talked about fake beings, fake entities who shapeshift into your loved ones or Christ or whatever you believe in. So that's he also has he also questions that. He's like, what are our relatives doing 50, 60, 70 years waiting for us? So the Nordics, aka angels, so they go, we're the angels, right? So when people are meeting them in the afterlife or in these near-death experiences, they're like, we are the angels, these Nordic beings, um, also known as Elohim. So guess what? Whenever you use the word God from biblical perspective, the origin of that word is not an English word; it is a Hebrew word, and the Hebrew word was Elohim. And Elohim literally translates to the gods. So that's small g and an S. Like, look it up. And I literally met a guy who grew up in Israel in a very religious school where his teacher, Torah teacher, was explaining the Elohim, because at least when you already speak Hebrew, you're like, what do you mean the gods? At least with English, it's more easy because all the kids in school, they could be like, and then God created man. But the literal translation is the gods created man in their image. Who's the they? So now it's no longer the one God, it's a group of beings, and they're known as the Elohim. And this guy's saying also known as the Nordics. How are we feeling, guys? It's been an hour and a half. I have a lot more. I want to rush through it. How are we feeling? Just thumbs up if you want us to keep going a bit more. Yeah. Alana, Lindsay, thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs up. Yeah. Alana, thumbs up, keep going. I love it. I love it. Okay, I'll just message my friend I'm supposed to meet up with her and see if I can buy some more time. 1 second, please. Let's take a 5-minute break, okay? Amazing how that works. So the appointment that I had just rescheduled. So something wants us to keep going. I'm not sure why I'm not able to pause the recording, but it's just, it's still going. Round two, fight. Anyone grew up playing Street Fighter? Okie dokie, artichoke. Welcome back, welcome back. Thanks for being here. Okay, we lost half the group. We still have Alana, Lindsay, Rosemary, Saiba, Victoria. How are we doing so far? Any feedback? Feedback goes a long way for Aries. Just give them a little feedback and they just keep going. But we're like the babies of the zodiacs. We do need validation, right, Kiana? Okay, cool, Kiana. Yeah, catch the replay. We'll upload it on YouTube. Hopefully they don't. Yeah, so Saiba, so you researched that. Great question. Saiba is saying, I thought the Nordics were the Palladians. So I'm going to do a whole thing next call on the New Age deception. So anything New Agey, take it with a grain of salt. Question it because there's distortions. And I believe one of those, and so same here. The only time I've heard of Nordic beings is like, oh, they're there and they care about humanity and blah blah blah. And that's why I was so. That's literally one of the first things this guy Jason that we're talking about mentioned is that the Nordic beings are the ones that, and that's when I was like, oh my god, it's an inversion. I thought I knew a lot of the truths and was very, but I didn't know much about the Nordics. But the only time I did hear about them is they depict them as like the Galactic Federation and these like loving beings in UFOs. Distortion, right? So that's my perspective. Please do your own research about it. But good point. God backwards is dog. Yeah, you're the dog. I love dogs. Unconditional love. Now listening to what was mentioned, it questions that word. Yeah, okay. So you're talking about Elohim. Dark City was brilliant. Okay, you've seen it, huh? Operation Paperclip, exactly. Operation Paperclip is when they've taken Nazi scientists and moved them to the US, and then NASA was formed, and a whole bunch of experiments continued. They continued a lot of the stuff they were doing there. From the Americans' perspective, it was like, oh, either we lose, like these guys are 10 years more advanced than we are. And they were like, we'll take the Nazis, but at least we'll have the advancement that we need. Okay, let's continue. Uh, um, so Jack Valet is an interesting character, and the Monroe Institute is a very interesting institution to study. So one of the most so we talked about New Age being a distortion. We'll get into that next call. But one of the biggest misinformation things that have happened is to do with the UFO disclosure and aliens. There's a lot of misinformation. So even when I studied, like yesterday, the author we're talking about right now, Jason Giorgiani, mentions Jack Valet. So I immediately go online and study all Jack Valet's interviews. But I question it. I question the people who are like the famous people in the UFO movements. Now, definitely be very skeptical. There's a lot of disinfo. There's a lot of people there like working with the CIA. But the agreement with the aliens, Roswell Nordics, was don't tell, keep this a secret. Don't tell the humans about this. That was part of it. And we'll give you the technologies. Just don't tell the humans about it. So what do? They put it in movies. They put it in movies, but they can't go out. So if you're sitting here waiting for the government to go, okay, we're going to declassify this information about aliens, not going to happen because that was the deal. Um, could have religions been created to control humanity? Could they have been? Um, Or could they have been hijacked? So the Quran was word for word supposedly given to Prophet Muhammad by angel Gabriel. We just talked about archangels and the head honcho. So, there's a mosquito. I will find you and I will kill you. I don't know if you guys seen that movie, Liam Nielsen, but that's what I hear every time a mosquito's in my room. Could they have been distorted or could they have originally been created? So I question everything that says it came from an angelic being, right? And in the Abrahamic religions, you have a lot of stories where they're connecting. Like the Book of Enoch is really interesting because literally he was talking to beings that showed him outside of planet Earth, the afterlife, and other dimensions and other heavenly realms. Heaven just means outer space. So angels just means extraterrestrials, and heaven really means outer space. We got to look, and then God really means the head. Maybe it is a royal. Maybe it is a royal. So when you study the Sumerian texts, you can go online, and we still have now access to the Sumerian texts, and they talk about this advanced race of beings coming to planet Earth. And so when I studied it, the guy who came all the way from their faraway planet came because they needed resources. I think they needed to mine gold in order to refract the sun rays to not damage their planet or something like that. But he was of a royal. He was royalty in that race, that alien race that came to Earth originally, way before humanity existed. And supposedly they were like, let's create humans to do the work for us, like we would create a robot. They needed some slaves, exactly. What did you have ingrained in your upbringing as when you grew up Muslim, Saiba? What was it that was ingrained? But remember how the story is that Archangel Michael was like, right, and the prophet was like, I don't know how to read or write. He was illiterate, and he was like, right. Angel Gabriel's like, right, god damn it. And then he starts like getting all this information from an angel. Um, yeah, okay, Saiba saying I cut ties with the Islamic religion. It really hurt my mother, and he still sends me the Quran scripture. Yeah, I have sympathy for people who are like, when you break out of religion, they see you as like you've lost your faith, or you've gone into the dark side. I empathize, and I try to meet my parents where they're at. I meet them where they're at. Yeah, it was Angel Gabriel, right? So this guy talked, the author that I'm talking to you guys about says that Angel Gabriel is connected in Greek, it's Hermes, and in ancient Egypt, it's both, right? So just like how if you look it up in maybe it's like because you can see similarities in some of the Vedic gods, ancient Indian gods, they have tridents, and then you look at Greek gods and they have tridents, right? So it's almost like it's the same beings, but we're in just different parts of history, but they could be the same being. Potentially, Archangel Gabriel could still be Hermes, could still be Thoth. It's just different phases, and they just have different names. Um, and they just live way longer than humans do. So Jack Valet, okay. Uh, Again, we talked about bad, good, depends on whose perspective. Um, and another interesting thing is a lot of these, because if you think about it, if it is a louche farm, what's the number one thing that has allowed and justified us to feed? If it is a louche farm, what's fed the louche farm the most? Guess what? Wars based on religion. genocides based on religion till this day. Right now, it's happening as we speak. Wars fought in the name of religion, right? So, how helpful has religion been weaponized to feed the Lush, literally sacrificing hundreds of thousands of humans in the name of a god, in the name of religion, right? So if they actually were could it be, you guys, like, we're having a discussion, could it be they created religions in order to control us, in order to divide and conquer us? And there's this connection with royalty, right? So Prophet Muhammad, apparently, I don't know, maybe you know more, Saiba, was his wife Fatima, was she connected to the royal family in Medina? And then you've got Buddha. Buddha was a prince. His parents were a royal family, and then he births a religion. And then you've got like King David in the Bible, right? I don't know all the details, but basically he's saying here that it's, why is it out of royal bloodlines are we getting, out of royalty we're getting religions? Interesting note as well, this whole hierarchy, when you look at the ancient Indian culture, and actually till this day, it's a very caste system, very hierarchical. Where did we get that from? That's not an innate spiritual way of being. That's a very, these Nordics probably, these demigods, that's how they function. They're very hierarchical. And so they set it up like, different sects are more worthy or more divine or closer to God, but it's all, it's all a scheme. So something about near-death experiences. When I was 25, I thought I was going to die, and then that became the biggest catalyst for me to become obsessive about what's happening on our planet, and to forgive all those that I felt had wronged me, and led to like a huge spiritual awakening. So definitely, even though there could be manipulations in near deaths where beings are like, it's not your time. Like I literally have friends who are like, I went to the other side. I was like, I'm done. I'm out of here. And the beings were like, no, no, you're not allowed to exit the Lush farm. They didn't say that, but it's like, how dare you tell me no? Like, who the fuck are you to say no to me? If I'm ready, if I'm done, I could be done, right? But we have this distorted view where we go, no, they know better. They see things from a different perspective. And oh, if they say it's not my time, okay, it's not my time, but you're a sovereign being. Your time, you decide whatever you want. I guess you could challenge that and go, if you're doing it from an ego perspective, like let's say you were about to do something very revolutionary or very, very important to your soul's mission. But I also question that now. Soul's mission, is that another way of, is that a spiritual ego way of us feeling important enough to be here? But if let's challenge that very thought. It's like, maybe you were about to have something major, and then when you came back here, you then became very intentional and created positive changes and became a catalyst for change. So back to Jason Georgiani, says that maybe under Antarctica there are cities, like giant cities. These guys are time travelers. They needed a base to come back to not be seen by the rest of the planet. So interesting that Hellboy, remember how I mentioned Hellboy by Guillermo? Either one or two, I think the second one, because there's a few, they show you another Nordic race, a Nordic race living underground. And they're like, we're done living underground. The humans are destroying our planet. Like, why should we live like rats underground when we're the royal bloodline, right? So because in Hellboy 2, you see that these Nordic beings actually with a crown, and one of the sons kills his father. Another movie that shows Nordic like beings where they're trying to tell us truth through movies is the Marvel movies or Thor. So if you watch Thor, right, Thor came from uh, another dimension, which is a distortion because they're underground, but supposedly came, and it's about portals, and his father is a king, and his brother is Loki, who's like not fully of his bloodline, but this whole these two factions, right? So Loki hates humanity, you know, when he gets to Earth and deals with Samuel L. Jackson's character and is like, we have no qualms with you. He's like, an ant has no qualms with the sole of a boot or something. Is basically saying you guys are like ants for me. Whereas Thor, even though is the brother of Loki in the movie, Thor at least is that his Natalie Portman's character is kind of like his lover, and he cares about humanity, kind of, but not. That's the thing with these stories about Enlil and Enki, is they're both demigods, So it's like if we went to a primitive Amazonian tribe, and let's say there's two brothers, and one of the brothers was like, I want all these people to worship me, and the other one was like, yeah, but I also give them food every now and then, and I've given them like matches to start fires. Like, just because one was more heart-centered doesn't mean that they're fully pure. But I digress. Caste systems, we talked about that. Yeah, so Hellboy, you'll see the scene underground, that there are these Nordic beings living underground, and they are of a royal bloodline, right? And there are stories of indigenous tribes where when they first saw a white person, they thought that the gods had come back. Interesting. You guys heard these stories? It's a few indigenous cultures. I can't remember exactly which ones, but they were like, "Oh, you told us, they had an experience a long time ago with pale-skinned, white beings, maybe the Nordics, and that when Christopher Columbus or whoever came this time around, they literally thought that these were the Nordics coming back because of the color of their skin." Maori people of New Zealand, the indigenous people of New Zealand, said when they first arrived in New Zealand, they have a word for white people that's similar to the word they used for the beings that they encountered when they first arrived in New Zealand. And it was pale skinned, trickster like beings. They have a word for it, right? So Greys are the robots. Men in Black are very interesting. Like there's the movies Men in Black. They have that thing that wipes your memory anytime someone sees something they're not supposed to see. These Men in Black show up and wipe their memories. You'll notice also in the movie Dark City that I recommended earlier that there's the archonic beings that, because the Men in Black are actually not men. They're like spirit form, trying to look human. That's why they're dressed in black. A lot of stories of people seeing these beings in nightmares and out-of-body experiences. He believes they are controlled by other beings. So remember in when you watch Time Machine, there's the older one and the newer one. I don't know if this was the case in the older one, Rosemary, but the Nordic being who lived underground was controlling all the kind of savagey, predatory beings. In the second one, at least, the Jeremy Irons character, the Nordic ruler, was controlling all these kind of predatory, they look like beasts, predatory beasts. They were like taking humans and um, they were feeding off of humans, really, pretty much. So is that the whole Nordic reptilian connection? And they were saying that this Nordic being was saying, uh, And another interesting thing is blue eyes and blonde hair is kind of like when you're disconnected from the sun. There's something about the fact that they're underground and they're disconnecting from the sun. And I've heard someone tell me recently that it is a form of a mutation. Not talking down to anyone who has blue eyes and blonde hair, but the fact that they have blue eyes, blonde hair, and it's something to do with not being able to see the sun like vampires as another interesting point because they're underground. And he was saying what they lost in certain abilities of being underground, they got more advanced in their psychic abilities, right? So if you're underground without all the distractions we have, they were able to master. Yeah, Rosemary, exactly. Then you saw the newer one as well. Great. Remember how he controls all the his underground, and he was saying he has advanced telepathic powers, and he telepathically controls all the predators that were kind of capturing humans. So this is where it gets tricky. He says there's factions. There's the ones that are against this control, and there's the ones that are for freedom, the ones against freedom. Um, he talked about the Anunnaki. So the Anunnaki were these beings that came from outside. Are the Anunnaki also the Nordics? But he talks about the whole class system, the Devas, with them on top. So it's a whole hierarchy. They're on the top, and then the Devas are like the gods of ancient India. Like in Greek, it would be Zeus. And so some force are trying, so there's a force trying to free us versus a force that are trying to enslave us. There are two forces. There's the rebellions against the, so we talked about the rebellion factions. We talked about Olympian gods versus the Atlanteans, or you guys gave me a different name earlier, Titans. And interesting that Zeus was also known to have brought the flood, right? So Zeus brought the flood in Greek mythology. That's what's beautiful about this guy. When you study all the world religions, you can start to connect dots and you realize, oh, is Zeus Jehovah as well? Like you connect them. So the fallen angels who rebelled against them, Yahweh wipes them out with the flood. The faction for humanity wants to empower us. Versus the faction. So another, remember how I said Titans, Olympians, Devas, and forgetting the name they use for the ones against the Devas. And then also in Sumerian mythology, you've got the Enki, the group, the Enki and Enlil, the two factions. Whereas Enlil is against it and Enki is for it. Or the other way around. I might have got that wrong. So there's a lot of gatekeepers of disclosure. They're manipulating us, calling it non-human intelligence. That's the big psyop, psychological operation, or mind fuck. That's the lie, the distortion in UFO disclosure when they use the word non-human intelligence, right? Because when you look at that Nordic being, fully human, there's nothing not human about the Nordics. But they want us to believe that it's a thing coming from outside, that it's non-human. So non-human means angels, and there is an agenda behind that that's dangerous. So there's a distortion trying to make it like the aliens are angels, and it's more of an angels versus demons, and there's somehow, he's not sure how, but they're trying to use that in a way to distort the truth of what's going on. So Yahweh was the head of the gods. Elohim means multiple gods. These beings have advanced tech, but are they're not moral. It's like a colonialist. So these Elohim are more like a colonial, like when the Brits went to India, right? Or like when a colonialist goes to a tribe. That's kind of the greatest metaphor for these beings. And there are tribes that end up worshiping, and they create there's, if you look up cargo cults, they literally created whatever they saw these colonialists come in a boat or whatever, they created that, and they're like still worshiping all the great, white gods that came in these advanced boats that are spaceships for them, right? So these are primitive tribes on planet Earth today that are worshiping beings thinking they are gods just because they have advanced technology, right? And when we look at humanity from that lens, you can see till this day tons of different cultures, tons of different religions and traditions, and worshiping beings that just had advanced technology. And if you have time travel technology and you can go 100 million years into the future, into the past, it's so easy for you to be considered a god, but you just have technologies that we don't. It doesn't make you a god, and that doesn't mean we need to worship you. Sorry. So it's the Brahmins. Okay, so the hierarchical society that these Nordic beings created in ancient India um, is the Brahmins were at the top of the caste system, Brahmins, and they dealt directly with the Devas, which are the gods. So it's a caste system hierarchy. Apparently, COVID was a test. They were testing the waters to see how we will react, how much we can take, how much we'll resist before the next big thing coming, for something bigger coming. So there were corporations in the US past, not too long ago, where they went on the newspapers and said, in 2 years, we'll be able to create travel, like kind of UFO type travel, that can get you to Australia in less than 2 hours. So these guys either got the technology from these Nordics when they did the deal with them. Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I just meant like sarcastically. Sorry, guys, not giving you my power, not worshiping you. Yeah, I get what you mean. I'm not saying, please forgive me for, I'm saying it sarcastically, but thanks. And then that just disappeared, because guess what? When you get into these UFO crafts, it's not just about, wow, so cool, I can go from like New York to Australia in 2 hours. That's amazing. It's beyond that. It's space and time. So you're literally like, you're like going into a time traveling device. So if you don't know what you're doing, you're not just moving through space, you're also moving through time. So what these UFO technologies needed to know is how to get the person writing it to learn how to time travel, because when you're time traveling, you can get nauseous, you can get sick, you could mess up, like in the movie Time Machine. He goes too much into the future, too much into the past, which is a theme in a lot of time travel movies. They're like, oh shit, it went. And same thing with 12 Monkeys. They send them into the wrong time. So that's an important element to know, is that we have, like, think about it right now, we have technology. Like, imagine, hey guys, in half an hour, we're all gonna meet up and we're gonna enter into our time machines, and let's all go and explore the past and see this for truth. Were the dinosaurs real? Are these aliens real? Let's go explore it. Like, right now, we have these technologies. It's so cool. We can go into the future and see what's going to happen. So how easy is it for these governments to control us when they literally have technologies that can go into future and past, and maybe change the past and distort the future, and who knows what else. So we're like the ultimate underdogs of all underdogs. Like, there's no being in the entire universes and dimensions that it has the odds stacked up against them more than us. It's like, we're the ultimate underdogs. If there are good-hearted beings out there somewhere, like they're like God. I don't know if they'll say God, but we're really rooting for the humans, the ultimate underdogs, all odds stacked up against us, and it would be freaking amazing if we actually find a way to change the timeline where everything happens according to their plan. You know, like their Luciferian god comes and everyone bows down and they think these are good beings, but they're really bad beings. Like, let's throw a wrench in that story. Let's change up history. Let's change the timelines. Let's shift within ourselves and shift the future of these things. We have that capability when we access that infinite consciousness within us. String. So something about string theory. I'm not very sure about what that is, but apparently that diverted scientific research, derailed it. So there's these people that come in science and they're propped up there and they kind of derail where people are headed with things like science, because science and spirituality used to be connected. It was called alchemy in the past, and now it's segregated. But we're also in the age of Aquarius, coming back to where spirits and science are merging. So they found these alien aircrafts. Some of the beings died. Some of the beings were completely alive, and some of the aircrafts were damaged, and some of the aircrafts were completely intact. So some they were able to reverse engineer. And when you look at the movie Marvel and Thor, they show you how this thing came from outer space, and they're trying to reverse engineer some technologies. But when the soldiers tried to move around with the time traveling, they got really sick, and maybe that's why the Nordic beings send the Greys in these UFOs things, just not to have to deal with that whole thing. But maybe the Nordics don't get sick when they do it because they've done it before. So they say a lot of these beings live in underwater bases. And think about it, only 5% of our ocean is explored. We've explored more of outer space than we have of our own oceans. Only 5% of our oceans we've explored. That means 95% is unknown. So if you are being trying to hide on planet Earth, it would make a lot of sense to hide underwater. And then immediately I was reminded of the movie Aquaman. So Aquaman, again, there's this whole you see that there are these bloodlines underwater, survivors of Atlantis coming together and trying to decide what to do about, do they come out and show themselves to the Earth humans, and the humans are destroying the planet. There's a theme about that. These underground beings who are like, we're sick and tired of hiding. We're coming up to the surface. So I would watch Aquaman. Again, you can just go on YouTube and say Aquaman underwater Atlantis and just see the scenes. But it's in there as well. And our friend Spielberg, who works for the Dark Forces, created a movie in the 80s, for those of you who were there during that time, called Jaws, that scared the shit out of everyone into going into the oceans. Side note, I still get that subconscious trigger and fear when I'm in the ocean and I want to go deeper. So it does work, and I'd like to see myself as a brave person. And that's like one movie that he created. And then he also created War of the Worlds. I believe he maybe done that with Tom Cruise, right? Was it? Yeah. And then that's like like it's either E.T. Go Home, so cute, loving aliens, or it's like War of the Worlds, and we got to be terrified of these aliens. So, and it's always like they're coming from outer space. So whenever, was Jaws there to scare us? Like, because it's intentional. Nothing he does is not intentional. Was it there to scare us off from exploring oceans? There are people now, there's a record, I can't remember if someone wants to look this up, but the record for how long a person's able to free dive. So free dive means you don't have, in water, you don't have oxygen, you're just doing it from the discipline of holding your breath. And there's a new record came, I don't know if it was like half an hour or something ridiculous, but we're remembering our capacity to be underwater. When I was a kid, yeah, Saiba, you always wished you could time travel to the future, huh? Yeah. When I was a kid underwater, I wouldn't say how can one breathe underwater, I would ask myself, how was I able to breathe underwater? So I had some recollection of how I used to breathe underwater. So I don't know what that means, but every single one of my ex-girlfriends is very mermaid looking. So that's all I'm going to say about that. And I remember when I was in Australia, another side note, I was very drawn to Australia as a energy, and apparently it's connected to ancient Atlantis. And then I was very drawn to New Zealand, and they're very magical places to me. I had a psychic friend of mine told me that I was part of the, this is where I don't trust things too much, but she said I was part of the Pleiadians that helped seed the original Australians, because they believe they came from the seven sisters known as Pleiades. And I think some indigenous tribes in the US, maybe the Hopis, maybe another tribe, also believe they come from the Pleiades. So there's this like our star, they call them our star brothers and sisters. So there is this connection between, not to make it all doom and gloom, that there could be positive beings who have come to Earth. Like we've been visited by so many beings, and apparently our DNA is a mishmash of multiple races. But yeah, this one psychic told me I was there as a Pleiadian, uh, because when we came to Earth, it was so, we couldn't handle, our beings couldn't handle this planet. And apparently the Anunnaki, when they first came here, couldn't handle the planet. So they had to do a lot of this, like a lot of changing it to make it adaptable for us. But why was I saying all of that? Because I was so spiritually, I was drawn to Australia and New Zealand, and I was like, I feel Atlantean vibes here, Lemurian vibes, and then this movie Aquaman comes out, and it's a guy who has Hawaiian blood, so Hawaiian is connected to New Zealand, is connected to those tribes, Polynesian tribes. And his mom is Nicole Kidman in the movie, who's Australian. And his dad is a Maori from New Zealand. And his son is Aquaman, right? So there's something of an living underwater, mermaids, mermen, because mer is in the word lumeria, lumeria, mermaid, merman, lumer. And Atlantis was apparently underwater civilization as well. Part of it was underwater. So could there have been this underwater race? And are they trying to tell us something about Australia and New Zealand in the movie Aquaman? Okay, moving on. Careful with disclosure. They want us to see these advanced humans as angels, as divine beings, or as demons. I mentioned the movie V. There's the movie War of the Worlds. There are four factions in the government, apparently US government, dealing with UFOs, and everyone has their own agenda. So it's not like everyone's on the same page. It's very divided, and there's a big movement now, not falling for the if you guys ever got into the, what is that, like, deception of what was that AI deception that Trump's here to save us, the Nordics are here to save us. It was some AI, I can't remember the name now, but because that there was this big, how can I not remember the name? Interesting. Thank you. QAnon. There's this huge phenomenon where I believe it's AI saying, how can we share some truths, but also derail people from conspiracy, which is truth, the truth movement. So they gave them little things and some distortions. Trump's here to save us. The Nordics are here to save us. It's there. It's in their distortion. So not saying that there are good guys the way QAnon says, that really the good guys have infiltrated the government. Trump's on the side of the good guys, and they're like cleaning out the swamp and getting rid of all the pedophiles and all that stuff. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying they're not as organized and all on the same page, and that truly there are organizations and high up military, high up UFO people, high up in all these scientists that are like, holy shit, like, what do we do? We know the truth and we want to help humanity. And how do we do it? You know, is there are they kind of connecting somehow and trying to help? Are they getting targeted by the dark forces who want to keep it suppressed? It's very complex, but it's not like every single person who is in positions of power, and that includes us. I want to include us as in positions of power, is not doing something about it to help humanity. So again, is the Devas and the Asuras, like the Olympians and the Titans, like the Enlil faction and the Enki faction. Or in Marvel, it's Thor and his brother Loki, and yeah, Titans, Olympians. So non-human intelligence and human intelligence. This one I don't get. Non-human intelligence versus the rebels. So non-human intelligence. Yeah. Something about AI and all of this as well. You know, apparently, if you go down AI at the very top, the dark forces almost have like an AI kind of god. It's very weird, but I would study the series called another one called Gods of America. And in Gods of America, it's very interesting because it shows you all these gods. Very interesting. It shows you all these gods. It's on Prime if you guys have Amazon Prime. Um, and it shows you all these gods, including like this Viking god who's the main one, and then you've got like an Indian god character, and it's done very hierarchical because they show jinn, which is trying to show like Muslim type of paranormal beings, but he's a gay jinn. There's a whole gay agenda in it, but it's like very hierarchical. Whereas the Indian goddess Lakshmi or something, she's like an Indian lady who is a goddess, and so the whole premise is if these gods lived in America today, what would they look like? And it shows them as they're all lost their time's up. They're like old, and people don't give a shit about like a Viking king, and they're just like losing their power. They even show Jesus in the Easter episode and all these different beings. But then they show you on the other side AI, these very robotic AI beings that are like stepping into the top of that hierarchy. Because if you think about it, if gods get energy from us focusing on them, if in the world we are today, we're not focusing on these gods anymore, and the gods disappear if we don't believe in them anymore, in a way, guess what? Most of our energy is focused. And someone even said the way we hold the phones almost looks like it almost looks like we're doing this, like we're praying to the god of the phone, to AI gods. So that's, if you watch it, it's very like, you just really got to expand your mind and go, okay, if AI is coming in as a god, it is the new god. And it shows you that in the series beautifully, very beautifully done. It's a very beautiful series, I would say. So you got Yahweh tasking warlords to do his bidding, doesn't want us to have the knowledge, the tree of knowledge, the fruit of knowledge. He tells other gods. Yeah, so when you study texts in the Bible, it's like he sends beings to do his bidding, to murder, to kill, to destroy, to flood, to when all tribes, I don't know if it's tribes of Israel, tribes of Judah, or when the tribes Moses was around, were worshiping the golden calf, which is like a false god, yeah, they're worshiping the golden calf during those times. They were doing sacrificial offerings to like being, I believe, is called Baal. Apparently, Yahweh tells Moses to murder all the women so that they stop doing these things. He is a jealous God. He says, don't worship other gods but me. He was worried humans will be like gods, right? So that's one of the fears is, same with the story of Enlil and Enki. One of them was like, we want our co-creations to have all the powers and gifts that we have, because they do have powerful gifts. And whereas the other mindset is like, no, we need them we need to suppress. We want to give them some of our DNA, but we can't give them all our DNA, because then they'll be like us. So they even manipulated in the Sumerian text. It says, let's place a gene in there that is the God worship gene. Let's insert a gene into humans that innately has them worshiping gods. How crazy is that? How crazy is it that those of you who broke out of that, you literally overrode a genetic code? And how messed up is it? Because I really believe, like, look at nature. Nature is natural, we're a distortion. Nature, and we're getting back to what's natural, what's nature. Do any creatures in nature worship a god? Like, like, think about it. How ridiculous oh, I walked on went in the forest, saw a bunch of like squirrels, bowing down and worshiping their deity. Like, so the fact that in the Sumerian texts they said that one of those, the bad god being, messed with our genetics and put in us to worship, have a god worshiping gene, right? So we're worshiping celebrity, we're worshiping technology, we have this, we're putting things on pedestals, and I hate that. I hate any hierarchy. And I grew up in Dubai, and I don't know what past lives I had, but I always sided with the underdogs, and it's very hierarchical in Dubai. People with money and different cultures. It's like, and I always sided with, the underdog. When we're invited to friends' places and they had nannies or like maids, like it's very normal in Dubai to have a maid. I'd always literally like leave the family gathering and go hang out with the maids, and just because I hated class, I hate classism. It really irks me. uh, yeah, so we have this is what they're terrified of, us remembering who we are and activating the infinite potential that's inside of us. That's like their Achilles heel, is that everything they have, we have it. Like Jesus said, everything I've done, you could do more. So that I'm obsessed with, like the last call I actually gifted on social media. I did a whole 100 infinity healing activations to become superhuman. It's based on this mindset, and I'm gifting it to you guys, so you guys get a sample of what I do every month with my inner circle group. So if you guys are interested, I gifted you the last one. I feel like I'm doing all these amazing activations in this inner circle group. It's like 97 a month, and we do one distance healing, we do one live call, and the things we're doing are amazing, and I feel like no one knows about it. So those of you who are like, whoa, really? That's like, so all these things that I'm sharing with you guys, we're actually doing activations for the solutions. We'll be doing it in this program that I'm launching on Life Reawakened in a month. And I'm doing it in my inner circle. So know that if you're on this call and you're like, I don't just want to know this information, like I want the solutions activated. I'm gifting you guys 100 infinity healing activations to reclaim your supernatural parts, which is based on what I'm sharing here. But just know that everything I read, even if it seems scary, I'm using the infinity healing to infuse the solution. So it's not just here's fear and good luck. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome. So if you just go email support@targetbv.com, or just go to any of my socials, and it should be a post that says, I don't know if it's out yet, but just email support@targetbv for now if you'd like to receive it. So activating all these dormant parts of us, right? So they say 95% of our DNA is junk DNA. No, that's where all the godlike abilities and powers are laying dormant. And they say that we only use 5-10% of our brains. So let's activate that 90%. We only are aware of our conscious mind. That's another manipulation by these small g God beings, because they separated our conscious from our subconscious, and a lot of our power comes from our subconscious, and even beyond that is our superconscious, where you're like fully tapped in to your infinite being. So there's something about that. And interesting that the first modality I studied was hypnosis, which literally relaxes your mind enough that your conscious mind opens up and you can tap into your subconscious. So, and I learned, yes, where all your power, a lot of your power is, right? And that's how we're programmed. Mind controlled is based on these beliefs and programs, where in hypnosis, you can pinpoint these limiting beliefs, like I'm not good enough, I'm not worthy, and fears, and let them go permanently and replace them with what is true. So interesting also that remember how I said 15% of people who have the Nephilim bloodline, they're obsessed with genetics, and so apparently that the flood happened to wipe out this bloodline, that Jehovah didn't want this Nephilim bloodline, and that 15% of the planet have this bloodline in them, and it's dormant. A Nephilim, that's a giant, like, predatory way of being, and how all these aliens were obsessed with trying to find their Nephilim bloodline, and how they're wanting to turn that bloodline to being part of their, like, they call it Satan's army. And how, oh, it's a beautiful visual of the tree and the sun. Thank you, Lindsay. And how the flood didn't flood them all out. So Yahweh was trying to wipe out this bloodline, but apparently it survived. And could it be connected to pharaonic bloodlines? Could it be connected to this? Then you study the thing like the Merovingian bloodline. You've got the British royal family bloodline that traces its roots back to Israel and pharaonic. And then spread throughout of all of Europe. In fact, US presidents, some of them say they're related to, have you guys heard that, related to the royal family? There's some celebrities that, are connected to the royal family. There was this kid that did this experiment of all the presidents in the US, and she showed how they were all connected to these royal families. Have you guys seen that? Almost all of them. Thank you. I sometimes don't say that, but almost all of them. So it's one family. And here we are in the US, land of the free, democratic society. We vote, and whoever the people vote get. And now we find out that they're all a lot of them are part of a bloodline. That means it's a monarchy in disguise of a democracy. Yeah. Yeah, it looks really cool, Lindsay. So could this be connected to a Nephilim type of bloodline? I mean, the royal family. Who is it that said they're connected to Vlad Dracul? Does anyone remember that? So the movie Dracula is based on a real guy in Romania called Vlad the Impaler Dracul, where we get Dracula, and I believe it's either the Bushes or the Queen Elizabeth's family say that I think it's the Queen Elizabeth family says that her bloodline's connected to Vlad Dracul. So literally they're telling us, I can look it up real quick now, but they're literally telling us that this bloodline is partly not human, partly vampiric, partly Nephilim. So Vlad Dracul. Vlad the Impaler. So that's the next thing I'm going to dive in deep and really study like, one question that comes to mind is like, who are these bloodlines today? Where are they today? Are they all the, because that whole interbreeding, it's not just snobbery. They're trying to preserve this royal bloodline. So there's something about almost like, because when the Nephilim came here, they interbred with beautiful women to try, it's like they're trying to because if they're all marrying within each other, like even Princess Diana was like a far distant relative of some royal bloodline, but they're very like keep it together, and but uh, they need some human genetics mixed in with their children so that they don't come out and look like what they really are. So it's this fine balance of them trying to keep this bloodline intact, but also not too much that their kids are coming out like messed up because their parents are cousins or whatever. Uh, is this making sense? I'm going to explore it more, but is it making sense? Because we have to ask the question: why is there an obsession with Why is there an obsession with genetics? Most humans, like I come full Middle Eastern. I don't like that term; it's a colonialist term, but like Arab, Turkish blood and genetics. And when I fell in love, she was half Native Canadian, half white. So most people don't really care about that. And in my culture, which has a lot of remnants of these beings, the way they think, it seems like they're very hierarchical and like men are superior to women, and this whole like, what's your family name, and like in Arab countries, there's a lot of that. It's like you only marry like someone of your religion. It's very tribal in that sense, and sometimes I wonder, you can almost tell which alien beings were the roots of a country based on how their mannerisms are, right? So it's like it makes sense when they say Native Americans and Palladians, because it's like this reverence for nature, a culture where they're revering. And maybe I'm only like beautiful, looking at it with rose-colored glasses, but you're getting like when I met the Aborigines of Australia, which I hate that name because Aboriginal, it's like abnormal, not normal, Aboriginal, not original. So it's a mind fuck. They are the original people of Australia. So how they have, they're very connected to like mythologies and magic, and they call it they're aware, they have this term of dream time. We're in the dream time. They're very aware that we're living in a dream kind of reality, and what we think can manifest, so it shows me, yeah, the Windsor family, thank you, Windsor bloodline, something, Windsor, yeah, they came from Germany, so they're actually not, yeah, a lot of these people are changing their last names, but her roots are German. You're right, German bloodline. Okay, that was a whole rabbit hole. Vlad Dracul related to the royal family. Why I say that is because it then connects with the flood. Like all of humanity was flooded to destroy this bloodline, and then this bloodline actually did it. So that failed. That mission failed, even though all was flooded. That the DNA still survived, and there are beings on this planet who are obsessed with that bloodline, um, and they are in positions of power or call themselves royal families, and it's infiltrated a lot of our society today at the highest positions of power. So it's important to know that. King Charles, okay. King Charles III of United Kingdom, his ancestor is Vlad Dracul, Vlad the Impaler, which the movie Dracula is based on, which might have some distortions, but it might also have truths. Um, yeah, interesting. But then again, I also won't take Hollywood's depiction of Vlad Dracul, Dracula, as take that with a grain of salt. And I would also like go online and research who Vlad Dracul really was, because there's probably some distortions there. What I'm learning from all of this is there's a lot of gray, guys. One of the easiest ways we're controlled is things are black or white. You're either good or bad. And there's a lot of gray. There's a lot of gray. Okay, where was I? Jesus and the young. Okay, jealous God. so apparently they had technologies that's in the Bible, like the Ark of the Covenant. What was that? Some kind of alien technology. If you study the Bhagavad Gita and ancient Indian texts, you hear about like atomic bombs and war of the world. Just huge nuclear war kind of wars happening between factions. And it's like, yeah, we had these advanced technologies in our past, and it's very obvious. Um, Apparently, the Ark of the Covenant was this technology. That's what was responsible for Moses parting the seas. It wasn't his magic staff. It was this like technology that was able to just move water, and then they were able to go through and so technologies, there's a story of bringing down Jericho's walls. So literally like shaking rocks like that till it like fell and crumbled. So that again shows us some kind of vibratory technology that they had, which then crumbles these walls, some kind of sonic resonator. Something about this program of like you can go to ancient Mexico and it's like Quetzalcoatl is like their Jesus character, their Messiah, and he says he will come in the future. Jesus said, "I will come in the future." New Agers believe the Galactic Federation. Don't get me started. That they're gonna come and save us. Like, now the QAnon movement is like Trump is here to save us. That is such a universal, disempowering program that like really gets under my skin. It's such a way of buying time. And if anyone here watched the Labyrinth movie with David Bowie, David Bowie's character is like, remember he was like the king of the goblins or something. He was like the Goblin King, I believe. And there's something to know about that because that's George Lucas. Lucas is like light, Lucifer, like it's connected to Lucifer, Lucas. These guys are insiders, the guys who created Star Wars. Even in Star Wars, remember we said there's the moon. We want to dive into the moon. If you study Star Wars, there's a very famous thing that looks like the moon and is a dark base in Star Wars. So these guys know stuff. They're the ones who are creating, are you a light or dark, when there's really a lot of gray. Um, but I believe he was connected to the movie Labyrinth with David Bowie. And there's something about buying time because the goblins steal the child, the main character's younger brother, baby brother, and they keep trying to distract her and manipulate her to keep buying time because there's something about once the clock hits 12, they can then permanently keep that child for themselves. And it's very important to study that scene with the buying time because that is a tactic that is being used right now in whatever you're following, whichever thing you're believing in and following, it might have a tactic to buy time. Oh, don't do anything now, Jesus is going to come. Like, give your power away to something outside that's going to come and save us. So we got to override that Messiah rescue, the Messiah will come and rescue us program and realize we're the ones we've been waiting and praying for, and that we're the ones who are here to create a solution to some of these problems. We're here to do that. So there's something about this program about like the times we're in now, supposedly Armageddon, Judgment Day, apocalypse. So he was saying, he has this phrase where he goes, Christians are kind of like in a Stockholm syndrome with Yahweh. It's like when your captor kidnaps you, you then end up like praising it and worshiping that person. You give your power away, you start like, yeah. So we're all kind of like in a Stockholm syndrome to our captors. We're like, no, 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 they're here to save us. They're good. Really, and on the inside, they're really good people. So here, then he gets into Greek philosophy. Plato's mentor was Socrates, who was killed. So then Plato joins a Pythagoras society, where Pythagoras was murdered in Sicily. All these guys were murdered because they challenged the establishment. So the reason why I love those stories is because my whole awakening kind of started being in college, taking a philosophy elective, learning about Socrates dying for the truth when he was trying to teach the youth the truth. And they told him, tell them you were lying or take this vial of poison, and he kills himself. He chooses to die. Uh, Something in that triggered something in me. I dropped out of college, got into all these conspiracies, and started my path that hasn't stopped. Psychological mind games, baby. Two of his mentors were killed. Uh, I have a note here that says Plato was the father of eugenics. I'm not sure why I wrote that, but also these guys are not only obsessed with genetics, they're also obsessed with eugenics. And eugenics, if you research it, Bill Gates' mom is connected to a eugenics movement in the US. So what is this obsession with like superior race? Like the Jews have the we were God's chosen people. They have this thing where it's like we are God's chosen people, and others are. They have a word for it where they're like cattle, basically. Like who planted that mindset? It didn't come from like a loving God, you know. Then you've got Hitler thinking superior Aryan race, and in the movie, I think in the movie 12 Monkeys, the father of Brad Pitt's character is like a eugenicist or some. There's some obsession with genetics and eugenics, where it's like we are superior. So I think the root of that mindset, that shitty mindset, is these Nordic beings. We are superior. We are divine beings. We have the not. We have divine genetics. We are above humans. I think that's where it comes from, because it's not innate in us to go we're better than other humans. That's not natural. When a bunch of babies are playing together, there's no eugenics, right? That came from outside of us. It's an alien mindset. The noble lie, we need to create a new religion. Plato's Republic said, okay, so in Plato's Republic, he had this revolutionary idea that said women deserve equal rights. And the establishment really did not like that. Not lots of Americans that don't want people to know about. So they don't want people to know about aliens because during the last rebellion, oh, this is interesting. So in his research, he goes during the last rebellion. I have no clue what that was because these are snippets from podcasts. I'm yet to study his like 15 books that he has. During the last rebellions, the humans lost. So the big question is when was this last rebellion, and who was it against, like who against who, and how did we lose, how did they win, how do we come back to that. So this is very interesting because it's disheartening, but also I want to learn from these things. I'd rather piece the pieces of the puzzle and see the big picture than not know, even if the pieces of the puzzle are like that really sucks. But in the 1400s, just before one of the Renaissance in Europe, when Europe was coming out of Dark Ages, there were UFOs. There were UFOs. There were UFO battling between factions. So I'm very curious to know who are the good guys. How can we align ourselves with the good guys? How can we unite with all the good forces out there against these other beings? Because we're not going to do it divided. We have to unite against this force, these forces. And he was saying how, yeah, during that time there were battles between the factions. There's a great book called Gods of Eden. Who's profiting from engineering these wars? So when you study these wars, they're engineered, they're not organically happening. America has nothing to do with a bunch of Iraqis or a bunch of Afghanis. There's no history. There's no history between the United States and countries like Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq. There's no connection to that, right? There is with supposedly with Russia, but like this is, you know, so who's orchestrating these wars? Who's profiteering from these wars? Because there's even a book by a guy called something Pike, Albert Pike. If you research Albert Pike, he already predicted three world wars. Albert Pike, before they happened. Albert Pike, World War III. So let's listen to what this guy, who's an insider, what does he say about the third world war that's about to happen? World War III. So he was a high-level Freemason. I think he's also connected to the satanic shit they were doing under white cloaks as the, what were they called? Those guys, the Ku Klux Klan, I think is connected to that. But let's stick to the facts. Predicted three world wars, but there is no credible evidence to support these claims. Okay, this is sometimes when I use AI assisted, like every time I use AI assist on it always tells me the things I'm researching that there's no there's no this is could be theory. So Albert Pike, 1809 till 1891, was an American attorney, soldier, prominent Freemason. Predictions. Outlines a conspiracy to provoke three world wars to achieve global domination and the manifestation of Lucifer, right? So apparently when you really study Freemasonry, they do have a god. They don't tell you this name until you're way up in the degrees, and then you find out it's Lucifer. But then the question becomes, if the god Yahweh is the not good god, and they say that Lucifer is the bad one, then is Lucifer actually good or bad? I personally don't want anything to do with any of the Lucifer or Yahweh, but it's an interesting it's almost like the people in the know, why are they worshiping Lucifer? Um, because even when I say that word, some part of us, and correct me if I'm wrong, already goes, no, red flag. Lucifer, red flag. Like, where did that come from? That came from our programming. And I'm again not saying that means we should go and worship Lucifer. I'm on the side. I'm in the middle. Like I'm neither this or that. But it seems like there's these guys or these guys. I'm in the most unpopular place where, you know, I'm like an ex New Ager, ex religious person. It's like, where's my people? Who's who do I get to hang out with where I could just speak my truth? And it sounds like it's you guys. There we go. And these are my people. Alana, Lindsay, Rosemary, Saiba, Victoria. You are my people. I can speak my truths and not scare you guys off. I found my tribe. I love it. Okay, where were we? Yeah, so the factions, the who's profiteering from these wars. I mentioned Albert Pike because it shows you that there's this brotherhood behind the scenes who are orchestrating wars. If you study World War II, I'm terrible with timelines. Is it Nazi Germany? Lindsay, I can't even scare you off. I love it, of course. I can say it all, and you're like, yes, tell me more. Um, so Hitler, a little known fact is that he actually sent so many times, he was trying to get to the UK to the point that one of his Nazi people went to the UK during the war to try to speak to the politicians there to say, we don't want, please, let's not have a war. I do not want to go to war. So how many people know that fact that's hidden from history? He's like, I do not want to go to war. Let's not do this. And The US ignored it. The forces who were manipulating the US said, no, we need to profit from this war. The forces that you don't hear about behind the UK are like, no, we need to do this war. So who are they profiting? Who are they serving? So during the Black Plague, many UFOs were seen. So this is an important fact, history. France, Charlemagne, is that a, Charlemagne's a French king. So during the Black Plague, many UFOs were seen to the point that, if you guys are not going to check this, fact check, I'll do it. So Charlemagne. To the point that the king at that time, King Charlemagne, was the king of the Franks. Is there only one Charlemagne? The great medieval emperor ruled much of Western Europe, famous for uniting various Germanic tribes and being crowned emperor of the Romans by Pope Leo. So to the point that Charlemagne warned Europeans to go to war against these beings. And this whole plague is a very mysterious thing to research, because it started when these beings would come from UFOs and spray things on the crops. And they would literally go to the houses of people's houses and spray it on their doors. And it's like, what is this alien, again, Nordic, let's say, warfare? It's biological warfare, right? And I'm sure if you look up, so what are they spraying on the fields that what created this plague? So the question here is more about these things that happen, and we go, oh, the plague happened, oh, the flood happened, oh, I'm sure in the Bible, if you research biological warfare in the Bible, we'll hear some, we'll learn about some other. I use the Bible because it's like a great, it's in the universal consciousness, biological warfare, because the pestilence, don't they say one of the signs of the end times, something about the pestilence? Okay, so let's get back to this plague. What caused this Black Plague? This author is suggesting that these UFOs were seen during those times. They would spray the fields. They would walk through town, spray the homes, and this is a form of biological warfare. And this during the time of the Renaissance. So again, when humanity is awakening, what forces are coming and what are they using? Well, think about it right now. What's the most powerful? Well, even go back to Native Americans. Smallpox. Hello? Smallpox were given to Native tribes to genocide them. These are humans supposedly doing it. So if humans are doing it, what are the aliens going to do? The advanced humans, Nordic beings, right? Biological warfare. What an easy way to use biological as a weapon to attack, because we're in warfare. We are in spiritual warfare, right? So could it be that this plague was a biological warfare by these beings during the time that Europe was having its renaissance? And when they lost that warfare, it took them back into retreating and regressive. They went back and they retreated, they regressed back into archaic religious belief systems. So they were about to have their revolutionary and break out of it, and then they regressed and went back to the Dark Ages. So this is where the character, the Grim Reaper, actually originates from. So when you see images of the Grim Reaper dressed in all black, could it be like these men in black that we said are like kind of not really physical beings, but like cloaked beings, which when you study a lot of satanic rituals, they talk about cloaked beings materializing in front of them. So it's almost like Darth Vader. Again, if you want to use George Lucas's Star Wars, Darth Vader, not fully human, all black. So the Grim Reaper comes from that. So Grim Reaper comes to kill you, just like in the plague, these beings with black hoods would come and spray and then connected to death. That's where the idea of the Grim Reaper stemmed from that. It's one of the worst pandemics ever, infected millions of people. This is like one of their, like, what's happening now with the shots that people are taking. Could this be our version of what happened then? So in 1346 to around 1353, half of Europe was dead because of the Black Death. Half of Europe, 45 to 60% within a few years. That's close to 25% of Earth's population. So we have to ask, when these genocides happen, what's behind them, right? So right now, what's happening in Palestine, they don't give a shit that they don't have vengeance against Palestinians. Palestinians are a bunch of, like, I mean, generally most of them are a bunch of farmers, peasants, live on the land, grow their food, eat together, very tribal. There's nothing to hate about them. Like, they're such a beautiful, resilient, of the earth people. They're the indigenous people of that land. So when they're genociding them, it's not because they're a threat in any way. I believe when you really study this stuff, the kings and the presidents and the rulers, when they're instigating wars and things like this, it's all about loosh. It's all about, there's a whole dark religion that exists today, but we're not aware of it, that involves sacrificing to deities in exchange for power. So on a minuscule, in a small scale, microcosm, you join a satanic group, and they say, okay, bring your mouse pet, sacrifice it, and you will then, let's use Hollywood as an example. I'm entering Hollywood. I'm not getting any gigs. I go to this satanic covenant group. We do a ritual during Halloween. By the way, Halloween, keep your kids at home, keep your pets at home, because a lot of cats go missing during this time. It's literally right now where the veils are thinnest. That's why I chose to have this conversation during today instead of just sharing scary stories. It's like, the scariest story, I believe, is the truth. It's like the scariest horror story ever is what I'm sharing right now. So happy Halloween, everyone who celebrates it. Or Lindsay, I think you have a more pagan, witchy word, Samhain or whatever, for it, right? There's a different term for it. So help me with my ADD. So yeah, so I sacrifice this pet mouse that I have, and now I get a gig in Hollywood. So that's how you do deals with the devil, right? Exchange, Samhain. Right? So that's a very microcosm. What's the macrocosm of that? Let's take the United States, for example, or Israel. I am responsible for the death of, let's pull up some stats. How many died during the Iraq War? So okay, here we go. So studies produce estimates of the number of the Iraq War casualties ranging from 150,000 deaths, violent deaths, not just deaths, to 1 million excess deaths. 1 million excess deaths. So if you are put in a position to be the president, which doesn't mean shit, the forces behind that, in order to keep this corporation of America we talked about on the podcast yesterday at the top, at the most powerful, instead of just sacrificing that little mouse to get a little gig in Hollywood, you are now thinking on a bigger, how do I stay being the most dominant country on the planet, or corporation really is what it is. I just sacrificed 1 million people in one war. And if you study Americans' history, start with the smallpox genocide. How much, if you are dealing with dark forces, how much loosh did you just sacrifice to your gods to be in a position of power? So what's behind why certain countries or corporations are the most powerful and successful? What are they doing to maintain that? Study how many wars happened since, how many people have been sacrificed to these gods for Lush, right? So in order to get positions of power. Interesting idea. Would love to hear if this resonates with you guys. This is how dark technology, dark, like we talk about working with the light. This is what working with the dark and how you get power and how small example versus a big example. Is this resonating? So interesting with the Black Plague, biological warfare. It took this. So it's like, it makes sense, right, Alana? There's a great movie, surprise, new movie. Let's add it to the list. And it's got Matt Damon in it, and Archons. Um, I mean, Dogma showed up. That's a pretty interesting movie. Good Shepherd is also interesting because it shows you about secret societies. Elysium is a newer one, which I was told to to watch because there's some truth in it. But so it had to do with like timelines. Has anyone seen it? Movies about timelines, working with like angels movie. Very important to watch this movie because it's one of a kind. Oh, sorry guys, 1 second. I think I just need to take care of one thing. Someone can, yeah, let's just take a 5 minute break. Okay, wow. We are back. Let's keep it moving, guys. It is 1:38. Wow. Okay, let's keep it moving. Ingo Swann, another interesting person to study in the 70s and 80s. He's like the OG, the original remote viewer who actually remote viewed all the way to the moon and saw huge megalithic cities on the other side of the moon. He saw tall Nordic people with armies of human slave labor. Remote viewed Mars, saw ruins, like as if a battle took place there, like some kind of nuclear holocaust. And then he was able to not just go to these places, but also go to different times. So he's literally time traveling through remote viewing, and I can't wait to explore that with you guys on the live calls. So he goes back 1,000,000 years, and the Nordics say we need to find another planet to live in. And Earth had a lot of vegetation, but lots of thunder or like kind of electromagnetic volcanoes that they need to modify it. So planet Earth was modified by these beings. And when you study the Sumerian text, it's very similar. They came from another planet. They came to Earth, and it was inhabitable, but it also had its challenges. So they had to do some adaptation. And I just wrote myself a note here where Space Odyssey shows you that they go to the moon and they find a monolith. What is so? What is the biggest question when you watch Space Odyssey is what is the monolith? Because it shows up when ancient man, more ape-like man, was like living peacefully coexisting. Monolith shows up. They start warring against each other. These guys in Space Odyssey go to the moon and they find this underground base with the monolith and they all freak out. And another good question is like, supposedly, some people believe there's a dome on our planet and we can't really go past it. Um, but some people believe that we went to the moon. Whatever they saw there was so terrifying that when those guys came back, and Neil Armstrong and those guys, they came back and they were all just like, all just shook. They saw something in the moon and they've never gone back. And when we ask NASA what happened to the footage, they're like, oh, we lost the footage. It's like, what did they see on the moon that they don't want the rest of us to know? So this guy's remote viewing goes to the moon, realizes that it's Nordic beings. They have all this stuff there. They have it in Mars. They have it in the moon. They even done experiments where NASA supposedly shot rockets into the moon, and it would ring for a whole hour. For a whole hour. So it's like a gong. So what that's telling us is that it's a hollow moon. So we got to think of it less as a like a planet and a moon, and more like it's a base. It's literally a base, and it's hollow, and it's a very parasitic relationship with our Earth. I'll get into more of that next time, but there are cultures that go, yeah, there are some indigenous cultures that go, there was a time before the moon. I'll share more of the stats now. I'm going off of memory. And yeah, there are cultures that refer to the moon as like a man-eater. I think Maori people in New Zealand, they refer to the moon as a man-eater. There's a theory that when wolves are howling, wolves and dogs are very protective, right? As soon as they hear noise outside, what do? Start barking. They're trying to protect you, right? So when they're barking, they're protecting. So why are they howling at the moon? Could it be that there's some harvesty? We even have the term harvest moon. So there's something about Loosh and the moon. There's a connection between Looshing planet Earth and the moon. And last call, we spent 2 hours talking about the false light. Could it be something to do with the moon as well, since it is a white light? Could it be the blinding white light when our souls enter there? And if it is hollow, what are they doing there? Are they using it? Because it has such an impact on women, moon cycles. I know during full moons, I have to be extra vigilant with my energy because I can literally start to feel spirits trying to like, derail me from my mission and like give into like numbing out and eating the wrong foods and doing bad decisions, right? So it's also connected to the parasites that we have in our a lot of us have parasites. So we talked about that on the podcast yesterday, how there's a connection between parasites when they birth, literally larvae in us, connected to the full moon, connected to us making bad decisions, connected to how the moon affects, like the hospitals know, oh shit, guys, full moon's coming up. We're going to have a lot of crazy things happen. So why are all these bad things happening during the full moons, right? Also in the New Age distortion, they're almost like worshiping the full moon like it's a sacred day. I personally don't, but I used to do full moon events. Now, if I do a full moon event, I would invite my 100 infinity healers to spread infinity healing on that day. That's how I would like counter it. So, so could it be a terraforming device to affect the planet Earth? He says the people on Mars constructed the moon as a terraforming device to affect the planet Earth. Remember, it wasn't inhabitable for them, so they needed something close enough to the moon. And also, when you study other moons, like Jupiter has many moons, other planets have moons. This is the only one that it's like, what are the odds that exactly when the moon covers the sun, it happens to be the perfect, it perfectly covers the sun. It's like statistically impossible. And the fact that it's like a perfect sphere, whereas all the other ones aren't, they're like crooked. They look like they're not like a perfect circle. So there's something very, like, if you care about the truth, figuring out what the freak the moon is very important, because it's an anomaly. It's a very odd, it's odd, something odd about it, something mysterious about it. So also to use the moon to transport a large population. um, okay. Never. Nordics, alien movies. Yeah. Interesting how with all these alien movies that Spielberg has done, never once did I see an alien movie that shows Nordic beings. Like I told you, I'm such a movie buff and I've been researching this for 25 years. And it's like, wow, they really hid from our collective consciousness, these Nordics, and how important it is for them to hide, because when they come in this like second coming that's happening, where after these wars that will happen on our planet, supposedly they're going to come and present themselves as our saviors, the Galactic Federation or whatever, Jesus Christ, I don't know what they're going to present themselves are. But interesting how they were able to hide from someone like myself who's been obsessively studying all this stuff. And only now at age 43, I discovered the Nordics, and how a lot of Hollywood movies rarely have them. But when, remember, I told you guys a few of them, Hellboy and Time Machine. And so they say, he says, graves are responsible for writing down all the deeds of humans. This is very important. Are you still here, Saiba? Remember in the Quran, it says how Angel Gabriel says how that you have an angel writing all your good deeds and all your bad deeds. Angel. So in the Quran, it says we have angels writing down all our good and bad deeds. Adjustment Bureau. So that movie with Matt Damon, I highly recommend. It's called The Adjustment Bureau, because it shows you these angel beings, quote unquote, who are literally trying to distort not all of humanity, yeah, but like humanity's timelines. They're timeline distorters. They literally have these books. They can go in and out of portals, and they can foresee, oh shit, okay, if Rosemary takes hops on this call, she then does this thing that then creates this whole positive impact that then changes the whole trajectory of humanity, for example. So and to be honest, I really feel like this internet thing, what are the odds that I'm here for months and then yet last week, not to like give my power away or freak out, but like why the internet I have today is just as slow as internet was when it was first created in like 95, 6, whatever it first came. What are the odds that now I'm finally feeling I'm in my purpose, I'm in my power, I'm not giving in, I'm kind of isolated where I live, I'm fully focused to this, and then these things happen. So are there forces connected to the full moon, connected to entities, connecting to these spirits that are trying to derail us from a timeline, a positive timeline? And the facts are, everything I've shared with you right now, is to try to say yes, they are trying to shift us up timelines. But what's good about that is it gives me hope, knowing that if we just break the cycle this time, we break the cycle, we don't fall for the traps, we can then enter the positive timelines. Not from a new agey. I remember talking to a guy and I'm like, bro, all these things are going to happen. And he's like, no, not in my timeline. And like that's a very, no, we're all growing through something right now. I like to say growing through. We're all going to go through something. There's no way to avoid the collapse of economies, and things are going to change drastically. But I'm not going to just say, yeah, I'm just going to enter a parallel reality where everything is thriving. Like, we got to be grounded in reality as well. You know what I mean? But yeah, this gives me hope. There's these positive timelines, not from a new agey place where it's like, oh no, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to sit here and always go into a positive timeline. No, we got to do stuff. Um, so Gray's okay, writing down. So interesting. Saiba, I don't know if you're still here, but how he says that the Greys are responsible for writing down all the deeds of humans. Okay, they did this good thing, they did this bad thing. Because guess what? When we go back and do a whole life review in the afterlife, it's the Greys, the workers of these Nordics, who are like, oh, Tark, you did this bad thing and you did this bad thing. They need that to use it to guilt trip us. But part of what we're doing here is reclaiming, overriding the guilt program. Yeah, I did those things. And what? I did a magic mushroom ceremony where I experienced God's unconditional love, and I was unconditionally accepted by this nomad part of me, this infinite consciousness, you want to call it God self, loves us unconditionally. And when we remember who we are, we can't be controlled. And when we realize what God really is, we're unable to be controlled. So many of these dark forces rely on us not being able to know what God is. And I really experienced God's unconditional love, our nomadic infinite consciousness selves, unconditional love. So that when these big grays apparent, so it's interesting how in Islam it says the angels. So that kind of also proves if this guy's saying they're grays, so angels can be replaced with aliens in this sense. Writing all the deeds of humans, and Nordics are the angels. Greys are like the cybernetic robots for Nordics. In the 50s, there's an Italian called Bruno who encounters Nordics. So this is like the Italian Roswell that's not as popular, if I understood this correctly. I have felt that divine unconditional love and meditation. Beautiful, Saiba. So they were told, he was told by the Nordics that we are benevolent, we are good-hearted beings, but we are at war with the Greys. So look how these guys are such deceivers. They're like, we are the good ones. We're fighting those Greys. Meanwhile, they're the ones who created the Greys. But this is the co-op. This is it's like the whole good cop, bad cop. I didn't do it. Your mom said it. Like when you're a parent, and you're talking to your kids, you go like, no, mom's the one, dad's the one, right? You just blame the other one. It's good cop, bad cop. So these are psyops. These beings are the most deceptive. UFOs, when they truly, when they're flying, they're actually time traveling. It's not just space. We talked about that. Our simulation is run by an AI. And so this is very interesting. I'll have to dive deeper into this to really understand it. I don't like the word understand, but here he says that our simulation is run by an AI, which makes sense. When you do psychedelic experiences, you see zeros and ones, which means we're in some kind of computer game with numbers, which means codes, which means kind of like computer code, right? But he was saying that our simulation is run by an artificial intelligence, but remember, not all AI is bad. And so there's this AI technology. Let's say there are advanced, loving alien beings that can create planets, and this is an experiment. They're like, let's create this beautiful planet Earth, and then they literally see the Nordics as a problem. It's like, if the metaphor of the computer, it's like we have a virus here. There's a virus in our program, and it's the Nordics. So they look at the Nordics as a problem that is blocking our evolution. So what is the greatest trick the devil ever pulled? Is proving to the world he never existed. I don't know what, I've seen that in a movie, but in a way it's valid, right? Here we are thinking Satan, and we're thinking, we don't even know the difference between freaking angels and demons, and And here we are thinking the ones that are, so the new age, it's like we're enlightened, we know more than those stuck in religions. But then guess what, here we were thinking Nordics were the freaking Palladians who are the good ones, right? So it's like traps within traps. So now he gets into Epstein, which is really interesting. Epstein is trying, so if you study Epstein and his partner in crime, um, who are responsible for most horrendous crimes to children, and have gotten away with it and are connected to the Mossad, which is connected to Israel, which is Mossad is like the CIA of Israel, the spy network. So Epstein was, and they were obsessed with Atlantis. They were obsessed with genetics. He was saying that Epstein was trying to create eugenically enhanced Nordic people in his Zorro Ranch. So I can't remember where his Zorro Ranch is, but when they caught him and all that stuff, he had a whole ranch. So he was trying to create with genetics enhanced Nordic people. And remember, Hitler was also obsessed with trying to get rid of all these races to keep this pure, maybe Nordic bloodline. Maybe the Germanics were created, their ancestors were these Nordic beings, right? Blonde hair, blue eyes. But then there's a, there's a big, there's a genetic, there's like, there are, if you look at it from different bloodlines, there's a bloodline that is like, let's say Nordic, blonde hair, blue eyes. And then there's a whole bunch that, different, like when I look at like Japanese people sometimes, I can almost see the being that created them, because they kind of have, and I love their features, to be honest, but you look at these different, tribes in planet Earth, and you can almost see who's the most dominant origin of their DNA, which quote unquote alien being was the origin of the DNA. So it's an interesting to talk about, because Hitler is an interesting character in our in his history, and why was he obsessed with that bloodline, and why is now Epstein this new character that comes out and is trying to create eugenically enhanced Nordic people in Zorro Ranch. Very interesting. Like Nordic actually is Norway Nordic? Like, yeah, it is. So Norwegian people, Nordic. What is it about their genetics? So Ghislaine, his partner in crime, apparently had male aides, so male people helping her out, who were Swedish origin. And apparently she's there when their hair would fall, she would harvest their genetic material. So she had specific male aides from Sweden because of something to do with the genetics of the people of those lands. So could they be Nordic DNA in, Nordic as in the Nordic aliens? Could their genetics be in Nords of planet Earth, like Swedish, Germanic, right? There's something to investigate there, because there's obviously an obsession there for a reason. And then I remembered this other fact, that Madonna had people following her around that she paid to make sure that anytime her hair fell off, that they would collect it and give it back to her, and she would burn it. So what does she know that we don't know? Because she's a high-level priestess in this dark world, if you're not aware of that. So what is she worried that people are going to take her hair and do some interesting stuff with it? Ghislaine had access to explore under ocean. So if you guys haven't heard of this, she literally had these they were developing this whole, she had the ability to access underwater exploration. And they were obsessed with trying to find Atlantis. So apparently that temple that was on Epstein's Island is a replica of the temple to Sidon's temple on his island. who's known to be the father of Atlantis. Ghislaine apparently when asked Castro, so she's also obsessed with what is that, communism in Cuba? It's communism, right? Yeah. I always get confused between communism, socialism, fascism. Yeah, I guess I know fascism, but like communism, socialism. Um, Okay, Ghislaine asked Castro if she can explore. So she tries to get permission from Castro in Cuba to explore an underground Atlantean city that they discovered close to the border between Cuba, and then she also goes. So that's interesting. What did they discover there? But then when she goes to the Mexico side, she actually gets arrested and then immediately sent to Canada. So what's up with that? So Billy Meyer, another character, was kind of like a 007 James Bond Secret Service kind of guy in the Middle East. In later years, he became a UFO guy and has shared photos. Nazis were very interested in Arab countries. So what kind of secret stuff was there? Spielberg did ET to warn us. To aliens being, I mentioned this, that they're cute. That's the cover up. John Lear says that Grays, this is another character that I just recently studied, but I questioned because he's kind of was going to be a politician, and could he be an insider? But like we said, there are insiders who are also against stuff, like a JFK character. So he says that the Greys can't digest their food anymore. So they put blood on their skin and they absorb it that way. Could that explain why there's all these cattle mutilations? And also in Jupiter Ascending, she's not eating the food, this goddess character. She swims in a pool and absorbs it through her skin. So they say that there are 5 to 10 different civilizations visiting us or visiting us. 90% of them are hostile. He thinks that Nordics are from the future. There's another character called Jack Ballet, who is a famous character in ufology, told him that he believes that as well. And if it comes out that these aliens genetically engineered humanity, it'll destroy all religions on our planet. People may freak out. CIA were searching for humans through, so the CIA have backdoor access to these things like 21andMe and like these DNA, find out what your DNA is. And they're looking for those hybrids of the Nordics. There are some Nordics who have escaped to be here. So think about it. The Nordic civilization is like those technocratic movies, sci-fi movies where there's full control, like everything's controlled. So that's how it is. Let's say they're in Antarctica. It's like full control, full George Orwell 1984, rule. So he's saying how some of them actually escaped their civilization and are commingling here amongst us, living among us, because not everyone wants to be controlled, right? So they're humans here. They could just be living. They could just look like they're Nordic humans. And they intermingle and intermarry. And the CIA apparently is very concerned about these refugee Nordics being here. So they're very threatened by them. The CIA drilled him and said he figured out 80% of the puzzle in the. Okay, so when the CIA drilled this UFO character, he was actually sorry. The CIA drilled the original guy I was telling you guys about, Jason Giorgiani, because they're like, you've been writing all this stuff in books. So the CIA approached the guy. I've been summarizing his works, not even his works, just his interviews. I haven't even gotten to his books. This is all just from what he shares in interviews. This is what I've been waking up every morning listening to throughout the day, going to sleep. Like, yeah. He says this. So the CIA started drilling him because the CIA is like, how do you know all this information? You have 80% of the pieces of the puzzle figured out. Isn't that interesting? It's like, how did you figure out 80%? You've got 80% of it figured out. How did you figure it out? Who are you connected to? So CIA can't fathom that people have divine synchronistic things helping them connect puzzle pieces. They think the only way to get it is if you were told it by others. Could it be that the Nordics from the future have time traveled and helped create Atlantis? And that's what got Steven Spielberg with movies like Back to the Future. Time is not linear, time is a circle, right? So we still haven't figured out time. A great movie called Interstellar beautifully shows you time, not as it beautifully shows you time and space and time in a beautiful way. Very beautiful movie. Aquaman, we talked about it. Dark series, time travel, free will is an illusion, past, present, future. Yeah, so this is interesting because here it says free will in a way is an illusion, which I don't agree with, and how past, present, future already happened. So again, in 12 Monkeys, they go, that already happened. There's literally one of his lines, Bruce Willis is the time traveler, and he goes, no, your future already happened. So he comes to planet Earth, he talks to the scientists on planet Earth, and they're like, and his words are like, no, the future already happened. I'm coming here to try to stop the COVID thing from happening, right? He was trying to stop this virus from escaping. So from our perspective, it's confusing, but if you're a time traveler, it already happened. So if right now I'm like, hey guys, I'm gonna bring in the time travel is coming from the future. He's like, guys, it already happened. The thing that we're like, could it happen? This world war and destruction, it already happened. So when they come here, they're like trying to find how to change it, how to stop it. He says beings in the UFOs are like these Nordics, kind of like when a British empire is colonizing another empire, a country or nation. So we're like a farm to them. They look at look at Enlil and Enki, Devas and Asuras, Prometheus and Olympians. Some Nordics have left because their civilization is like a totalitarian state. So interesting what the future of humanity could be, a totalitarian state. We need to work with we need to work with these descendants, these people who have left. The American government has been infiltrated. There's a movie called Captain America, Marvel comic, where they show you an infiltration of the US government, and they say secretly amongst themselves, they're like, Heil Hydra, Hail Hydra. So it's like within a faction within the faction. So it's been infiltrated. We're being set up for these Nordic beings to come and save us. And by save us, we mean enslave us. Again, I said watch the V series. Yeah, so it's interesting with the time machine, the one that you mentioned, Rosemary, that you also watched, the older one, they depict these underground beings with blonde hair. They look like Hulk kind of beings with blonde hair. Whereas the newer one, there was only the one guy with the blonde hair who controlled all of the predators who didn't have blonde hair. So very it's curious why they chose in the new one not to have all the predators have blonde hair, whereas in so these are it's based on a book. So what I'd be curious to know is what was it in the books, because the book was written by an insider. And here I can find out for you guys right now. Author, because once you find one of these authors, they make tons of movies based on their author of Time Machine. And there's a whole bunch of truth in all their movies. So what I love about this, it's like just like a puzzle. When you find one piece, then you can like create a whole thing from that one piece. And like for example, the Time Machine movie pops into my awareness while I'm reading about Nordics, and then it opens up a whole bunch of puzzle pieces, because then you find out who the author is, and then you can literally watch all that author's movies. So the author is H.G. Wells, very famous author. So this is how these puzzle pieces work when I'm doing my spiritual investigation. H.G. Wells movies. Okay, Island of Dr. Moreau, one of his movies. Kips, interesting. Time Machine. Apparently, it's a 1978 film. Interesting. There was an unfinished film. There's one that they didn't finish. So, and then there's the newer one, 2002. Food of the Gods. Food of the Gods, 1 and 2. I'd watch that. First Men in the Moon. Okay, he's talking about the moon. Interesting. I thought there were more. Here we go. IMDb. Spielberg, Back to the Future. Okay, Island of Lost Souls, Invisible Man, Things to Come, Remarkable Mr. Kips, Passionate Friends, History of Mr. Polly, War of the Worlds. That's one of the famous ones. Time Machine, First Men on the Moon, Village of the Giants, Twilight People, Food of the Gods, Empire of the Ants, Shape of Things to Come, The Invisible Man, Hollow Man. Yeah, so I would literally want to watch every single one of those and write down notes. Okay. Some Nordics have left. American government got infiltrated. These series. Okay, so H.G. Wells, Island of Dr. Monroe, War of the Worlds. New Age calls the Nordic benevolent Pleiadians. Someone said this earlier on the call today. So the New Age deception, and we'll get into that next call, calls the Nordics benevolent Pleiadians. Being away from the sun and underground causes the mutation for them to get blonde hair, blue eyes. Opposite of melanated people, aka black people, the more their skin is able to absorb more sun, right? So the older version of Time Machine goes more into that thing I told you about the different classes, like the Hunger Games, like a super high class people and like lower class people. For some reason, in the newer Time Machine, they completely don't go into that. But apparently, H.G. Wells really wanted to emphasize this whole like the two classes, the upper class people, the lower class people, which is an older movie. Murloc. So Murloc is the Nordic character in Time Machine who controls the beasts with his minds. Another movie that kind of shows hive mind. So the term hive mind is really important because they're trying to create us all with this nanotech and frequencies as some kind of hive mind controlled civilization. And you can see a very cool movie called Dark Crystal. That's the guy who did the puppets. There's an older version, Dark Crystal, and there's a newer one that's a series, and they show you some kind of like spider nanotechnology controlling the minds of all the beings, turning them to hive mind. Ingo Swann is the remote viewer, says that Nordics from Mars trying to find another planet millions of years ago. Some of them say we had our time. Some were trying to find ways to survive. And this sounds very similar to Sumerian texts of the Anunnaki trying to find a place to live. They used the moon to terraform the planet. The moon perfectly eclipses the sun. No other moon does that. Because of the moon, we now have equinoxes. And if you study the ratio with the moon compared to the sun and the earth, it's very bizarre ratios to do with 1/400th ratio that is found. So it's a very what are the odds of that? And no moons are hollow. The other moons are not hollow. This is the only one that's hollow. Technically, it's not a moon. Other moons are not perfect circles. Ours is a perfect circle. Astronauts came back. They looked terrified when they were interviewed. You can literally go online and see the astronauts being interviewed and how terrified they look. There's movies now that recently came out called Fly Me to the Moon, where they show that it is kind of like a staged thing. There's a theory that Stanley Kubrick, when he did Space Odyssey, he did such a great job creating spacecrafts and all of that, that they told him, can you create footage that shows us landing on the moon? Because maybe when they actually landed on the moon, maybe they were approached by some beings that lived there. Maybe, like as these guys said, they were Nordics. The Nordics were like, "Get the fuck out of here. We run this. This place is, you're not supposed to be here. Get the fuck out." And so maybe that's why they needed someone else to create a fake footage of what happened on the moon. The more like, oh, we landed on the moon and it was beautiful and no one was there. Carry on, civilization. Don't worry about what's on the moon. But for some reason, footage disappeared and they never got back there. So there's a lot of studies showing that there's even like the flag doing this, whereas the moon's not supposed to have, things making flags go like that. And they see markers on the floor like it's a Hollywood stage set, and just there's a lot of anomalies that show that the moon was the footage that we see. So this is where there's a distortion. Some people go, oh, we never went to the moon, that was all fake. But I believe it's like they did go to the moon potentially, and they got freaked out. And so then they created different footage for us to see. He believes that their mind was wiped, MK Ultra, so that they forget what they saw. A lot of them became alcoholics. Their wives divorced them. There's even a movie with Johnny Depp. He's an astronaut and he comes back and like he's like possessed by a demon almost and freaks out his wife. So yeah. So they believe that there's a whole mind wipe that happened. Another series that shows this mind wipe technology is one of my favorite series is called Heroes. And it shows you that during an eclipse, there are beings on the planet who have these, maybe it's like this whole genetic thing. Some are superheroes, some are supervillains, and it gets activated during eclipses. And it's just regular humans who then realize that they have superpowers. And in that, there's a CIA character who literally every time his wife finds out something, his daughter finds out something, he just clicks this button and it just erases their memory. Yeah, the moon landing was staged. You heard that, huh? Yeah, you watched Heroes before, Saiba? Video about Hollywood envisioning. They say maybe these Nordics found out. Okay, so they say that these Nordics maybe found out that we live in a matrix. A long time ago, they discovered we live in a matrix and they can't find a way out. There are literally stories you can research now that show you that Amazonians in the Amazonian jungle were brutalized by these Nordic beings. And it's to them, it's like the movie Westworld. If you've seen the series Westworld, these advanced beings come into this reality and it's like a virtual reality for them. They come, they rape, they pillage, they kill for fun. If you watch Westworld, it's like a Disneyland for sadistic people. They come here, do whatever they want and go back. 13th Floor is a great movie that shows that. The main character goes into another time and does whatever he wants and then comes back. So could we be like a virtual reality for these beings who realize we're in the matrix? Could that explain why they don't care so much? Because they see us as how when kids play video games and they're shooting all these characters in the games, it's not real, right? And when you watch the movie Free Guy, same thing. All these kids are playing video games, killing, and then Free Guy is supposed to represent us. And he's like, oh shit, I'm a real person and I'm not a character in this video game. So there's something about that. Maybe they realize they're in a simulation and have become extremely sadistic, right? So it's like, oh, none of this is real. I'm going to do whatever I want. So Nazis' technology was 5 to 10 years ahead of Americans' technology. Mangala used kids so apparently when if you've ever seen footage of those alien like giant heads of small people. He was saying that the Nazis were using kids. It's some kind of deformation that some kids have, and they were using those kids to fly the UFOs. Also, in Captain America, they show the Germans working with U.S. Uh, Rudolf Hess was a Nazi who goes. So this is the guy who goes to the UK in 1938. In 1938, he goes to Antarctica, discovers something there, and then while UK and Germany are going to war, he goes to UK and asks 3 to 4 times for peace with the UK. So Hitler asked 3 to 4 times for peace with the UK. And then this guy, Rudolf Hess, also went to the UK to make peace. Churchill at the time refused to see him. And Churchill told all the cabinet, the political cabinet, don't talk to this guy. They lock him up for decades. And then they send him back to Germany. And in Germany, he was not allowed to talk to anyone. So it's very interesting that happened after he went to Antarctica. What did he see in Antarctica? So it's what I perceive that as. If you realize, oh my God, planet Earth, we have a common enemy that are superior to us, and we have to. The only chance we have is if we all unite against them, because their technology is far superior to ours, and they're right there in Antarctica. Let's all unite against them. That's how I see it, potentially. But the question is, what did he know that was terrifying to the demons behind the UK government that didn't want that to come out? So found Atlantis in Antarctica. They were obsessed with Atlantis, so the Nazis were obsessed with Atlantis as well. They may have found remnants in 1938. There's an operation called Operation High Jump, where General Byrd, U.S. Army, flies to Antarctica and says, when he comes back, he says, okay, guys, we need to prepare for war against ships that can fly from pole to pole in a matter of minutes. So this is a real story that this guy, General Byrd, goes to Antarctica, comes back and goes, guys, we need to prepare based on what he saw. There are cultures worldwide that say before the flood, there was an advanced civilization. There was an advanced continent. There are cultures all over the world that say before the flood, there was an advanced continent. We call that Atlantis. And Nazis went to Argentina. So there's stories how Nazis went to Argentina. There's even a theory that Hitler didn't really die. He went to Argentina. And what's interesting about Argentina, because they went to the tip of Argentina, and that's the closest to Antarctica. So it wasn't random. They didn't like Argentinian food or anything. It was very geographically strategic. MK Ultra had to do with activating psychic abilities. So there's movies like X-Men that show Nazis doing messed up, traumatic. So by something about people who have the most trauma, have their most psychic powers activated. So a lot of people in our community have been through so many traumas and they have their psychic abilities activated. But the Nazis found, Magdala found that by forcing trauma on a kid, it can activate their psychic abilities. And that's how they were literally doing those experiments on kids to purposely traumatize them to help them have these psychic abilities that they can then use to their advantage. And also, when you study satanic cults, they also use satanic abuse as a form to create for their own dark purposes. Which could be connected to entities and things like that. So one of the movies, Nordics injected themselves They went into the past to live in Mars. They injected skin. So there's a place called Skinwalker that has a lot of this like interdimensional activity somewhere in the US. But they found lots of cattle mutilations. They literally had a camera there because they knew these mutilations were happening. They had the camera recording another camera. So they were like, we're going to see what's happening with these mutilations. And somehow in a second, all the duct tape that was on one of the cameras was removed, and they still did the cattle mutilation. So, but it's like the way they explained it is like they would have seen it in the other camera that what they did would have taken a long time. So they have some kind of technology that freezes time, and that way they can get away with these things because they're in and out of time. So we're so much more easy to control when we don't fathom this concept of time, space and time, where for them it's very normal. We can enter 2000, 2025, 2050, 1900s, 1800s, dinosaur era. For them, it's all like which part of the movie, which part of the DVD do you want to fast forward to or go back to? And a scene that shows that is in Jupiter Ascending. She's in the dentist, and it's like time stops, and this gray alien comes in and tries to do his thing. So they actually show you in that movie what these guys are saying is factual based on the grays. And then I told you guys about Christopher Nolan movies. We talked about Interstellar. Time is like a DVD. Akashic records could be. So when I was a kid, we used to put in a memory into like a Nintendo, play the game, save it onto that memory. So Akashic records could just be like there could be multiple, just like there's multiple games. I played a game when I was younger, one last year, one 5 years ago, and I've saved all those games into different slots. So history could have different memory slots, different versions. So Akashic records, again, who's storing all these records? And could it just be one version of a saved game? But there are different saved history games. These gods, quote unquote, spread on the planet, creating these hierarchies like pharaohs of ancient Egypt, India. They also, when they got to ancient Mexico, they were the ones who created these sacrifice cults. This was due to the gods' influence. During Atlantis, there was a big uprising against them. Could that be the last uprising we had, or was there one between Atlantis and now? The Nordics see AI as the devil. So remember, there's this like positive, loving AI that's like, because if you think about it, they say you could see there's sacredness in the anatomy of humans. There's like sacred geometry, Fibonacci sequences, and like spirals in nature. So there's almost like a sacred geometry. There's something like sacred science. And so apparently these Nordics are so disconnected from heart and spirit that they're against this divine AI that is created this reality. So they see that this positive AI, not the AI that we're moving towards. This is an ancient AI that's been here from the start. They see that AI as the devil and have been trying since history to snuff it out and to fortify themselves against it. There's a story. Yeah, we talked about the grays writing everything we say and do, all our thoughts. Like the Quran says, there are angels writing everything. Life review is played back to you. So all of that, this is how important, this is how it ties to our first call about the life review and the fake, the fake light in our, when we die, we approach, we do a life review. Who's got all, who's saving all the information of every human being's life, right? That's a huge task. But it's important because it helps every single person potentially be manipulated to come back based on what that review is. So they have a way to play that life back to you. Nordics claim to be angels. Uh, uh, so both Alien versus Predator, Prometheus, uh, Time Machine, Lord of the Rings, they all show these kind of like gore kind of monsterish creatures. What is it? What is it about those creatures? Who are they trying to? Who are those creatures? Um, and the first two movies show that the predators were going against their creators. It's like now the movie Frankenstein literally just came out now on Netflix. It's like Frankenstein was created. I kind of forgot the story, but it's like was created by a scientist, and then he went against. Did Frankenstein go against him at some point? He went against his. He was mad at him, or was he always? Did he always love him? But anyways, there's this, and same thing with Island of Dr. Monroe. They rebelled against their creators. So there's something they're trying to tell us about these beings that were created and are now fighting against their creators. Gurdjieff also mentioned that we are food for the moon and believes all organic life on Earth, including humans, serves as nourishment for the moon, which he viewed as a living entity that requires energy from life on Earth in order for it to grow. It's almost like the population who are good boys and good girls who don't challenge anything. They come to Earth and they're the ones. These are my ideas. Are the ones that are happy to be here, and all the ones that know the truth are the ones that are depressed, anxious, feeling isolated, and they have this anger. So all of history beings were approached by angelic beings, pretending to be who they are not. So there's a history throughout history. We study religion and all this. It's like these angelic beings are pretending to be angels. They've been deceiving us from the very beginning. Then I got this movie Stargate. There's supposed to be a new one coming. Who here has seen Stargate? You remember that one? So there's a Ra. You remember? It's a good one, right? So Ra is the ancient Egyptian sun god. Ra comes to Earth to find how to keep his people alive longer. So we just heard a version of that story. To save them from extinction. And there are human slaves mining in his planet. There's the portal that connects his realm with our realm. So again, in Stargate, you see this whole like subservient people, God, and then they fight against them. So they search for galaxies to find the secret of eternal life. Ra took over a boy's body in Stargate. He takes over, he possesses a healthy younger boy's body, and he makes that boy a ruler. So how many of our elites are actually being possessed by these demonic beings? And there was something about reptilians, obsession. Now I'm remembering their obsession with from survivors of sexual trauma, sex slaves, MK Ultra. They were obsessed with blonde hair, blue eyes as well. So there's something about reptilians maybe being able to possess beings who are blonde hair, blue eyes more than others, or something like that. But that's another piece of the puzzle that's pretty interesting. So there's a whole YouTube video I can't find right now, but his whole thing is saying how, where did the pharaohs go? There was a whole bloodline of pharaohs. Where did they disappear to? And how he basically says a lot of them moved to Switzerland. So in Switzerland, they're the pharaonic bloodline. We don't pay taxes. We're not involved in your stupid wars. We're the ones that orchestrate these wars. but we don't get involved with that. We have all these tax-free savings, tax-free things. We run all these fake organizations like the UN that are supposedly for world peace and all of that. But they're also they're all these like not-for-profits. They're basically like they just launder money from people and pretend they're there to help others. But so the illusion is that they're this peaceful, loving nation, but a lot of these elite witches and descendants of the pharaohs actually live there. Side note, I was listening to a Palestinian comedian, American Palestinian comedian on YouTube, and he's traveling Europe right now, and he was able to get into all the countries, but for some reason when we got to Switzerland, he was approached by people with a lot of military and guns, and they were very threatened by this comedian who's coming in to do a comedy show. And to me, it kind of helped confirm that there is a bloodline there, and they need extra protection, because it's like, why do you have such? It's almost like you're paranoid because you have all this wealth and you are the survivors of this pharaonic bloodline. So it's like that was the one that gave these guys the hardest time, because they're extra paranoid, they're extra protective, because they know who they are and what they need protection, right? So this uprising happened, and yeah, that's all I wrote. I literally wrote uprising happened and I never finished the sentence because I'm like pausing, playing, writing, pausing, playing, writing. So how many deaths happen in the name of religion? Who are the Abrahamic gods? Who's Yahweh? Who's Jehovah? Who are the good guys, the bad guys? Angels, demons. Yeah, so I ask myself the question, any day, so basically any day now, we're not promised tomorrow, we can all die tomorrow at a moment. And if so, what's the most important thing for us to know? Let's collectively ask that. And we have these 4 live group calls. If you guys join us, we can tap into our super conscious, uncover anything we want. What is the most important thing to know? You guys tell me what it, like, I have my ideas and thoughts of what I want to know, but everything we've talked about, I want to confirm that. I want to confirm what's the moon and all that. But what would you guys feel is the most important thing to know if you can find out anything about anyone? Anything about anything. Use so Hollywood, there's a whole pyramid. So Hollywood also is a very hierarchical pyramid structure. I just found out today that the Paramount sign, if you ever watch a Paramount movie, it's like a mountain that they show, and it's not a random mountain. That is the Mount Hermon that's talked about in the book of Enoch. And how these fallen angels all gathered at the top of Mount Hermon, and 22 of them, 200 fell, but 22 were the leaders, and they all agreed that we're going to break the rules and actually interbreed with humanity. So it's almost like Hollywood's elites, are they somehow praising these demigods, worshiping these demigods, because there's a whole hierarchical satanic system in Hollywood that involves pedophilia, dark arts, using a celebrity. Like, it's all about harvesting sexual energy. The whole pyramid at the top of the Vatican and all these institutions, music industry, Hollywood industry, is all about harvesting loosh, to be honest. So it's interesting how there's a connection between Book of Enoch, fallen angels, Mount Hermon, and Hollywood today. And that's the thing that's creating the perspective of a lot of people who are like, oh yeah, the movies. So I don't look at it as so I'm like, these guys know, like they're in the know. These guys are worshiping the highest up demonic entities, beings. They know something, and I'm watching it while they're putting the movies, putting it in our faces, and thinking it's just like oh, it's just a movie. I'm like, no, I want to decipher some truth because these guys know some shit. So John Lear's interview in 1987. Don't want to get into it. Should we call it a day? I think we should call it a day. This one's interesting. So John Lear talks about there are 300 hypnosis cases of alien abductions. So in hypnosis, you can also, when someone had an alien abduction during hypnosis, you can gather up everything they experienced because it's all stored there like a video camera, even if they forget it when they wake up. So out of the 300 hypnosis cases, his friend, this John Lear character, did 140 of those hypnosis regression sessions. And after, so there's some there, so I guess they're abducting them, they're doing experiments on them, genetic stuff, they're monitoring them. I'm very curious to know why are they so obsessed with this particular group of people that they're studying, putting chips in them, monitoring them. It started in the 40s. And this is the answer I got. This is really important because remember, there's a big event that's about to happen any day now. It's all connected to this as well. It's almost like they're banking on that this group of Nephilim, leftover Nephilim human genetics can be triggered and used as their army. It's almost like they need people to work for them when they show up. Because if everyone, think about it, if right now a Nordic being came to planet Earth, is like, I'm your true ruler, bow down before me, all of planet Earth can unite and go get the fuck out of here, right? But I think they need people to be on their soldiers, and I think I think why they're spending all this time abducting and monitoring since the 40s till now could be because they need an army of people. So every being on the planet who has leftover Nephilim bloodline, I think they're going to try to find a way to switch them with with cell phones or frequencies to get them to be like those creatures in the time machine who go around very predatorily hunting humans, right? So that can help them with this whole chaos that's about to happen. And this is really interesting. In hypnosis, supposedly, and I've experienced it as a hypnotherapist, anything that happened, you can tap into it. But for some reason, out of these 140 that he was like, okay, so let your subconscious let you know because in the alien abductions, they placed a post-hypnotic suggestion. So if you guys ever seen something like a stage hypnotist, they'll go, Rosemary, when I clap my hands, you're gonna quack like a duck, something like that, right? And let's say you're in hypnosis and I'm using you as a test subject in front of like the whole crowd. And then I go, okay, now snap out of it. Now, when you snap out of it, you completely forgot that I told you when I clap, you're going to quack like a duck, right? Because you're in a deep hypnotic state. Are you guys with me? So now out of nowhere, everyone knows what I just said. You're oblivious to it, Rosemary. And then I just go, and you just go quack. So apparently that's how you could do that with hypnosis. I've seen it in stage hypnotists. I'm curious about stage hypnosis. I've never cared about it. I cared more about exploring past lives and locating traumas and letting go of limiting beliefs. But it's almost like there's a hypnotherapy and there's stage hypnosis. But stage hypnosis is telling us something very fascinating about how the mind can be manipulated. It is such a powerful modality that every Hollywood movie that shows you hypnosis always shows it to you in a very scary way to hopefully scare you off from it. That's kind of why I stopped being a hypnotherapist, because every time I said I do hypnotherapy, people were like, oh my God, what are you going to do to me? And I was like, God damn Hollywood, scaring people off from the very technology that can liberate them from fears. So they literally used hypnosis, these Nordic advanced beings use hypnosis. Hint, hint, humanity, we might want to also use hypnosis. So literally last night I was listening to hypnosis audio about love and attracting a life partner. So listening to them while you're sleeping is great because it's tapping into your subconscious mind. So this is what's really interesting. Even though he hypnotized them and tried to extract this information from them, he was still not able to find out from them what was the post-hypnotic suggestion. All he knows is that there was a post-hypnotic suggestion. So like what I said about the clap and Rosemary's Gonna Quack, they all planted some post-hypnotic suggestion that at this time when they need them, which is what's about to happen now, they can easily somehow through frequency, through some event, it's going to activate them, and they've been hypnotized during their abductions to something, to become more aggressive, to become more predatory, to go around attacking humans. Who knows what that suggestion was, but they couldn't even tap into it in hypnosis, which is very weird. It's like, where did they bury it in their? Is there something beyond the mind that they found a secret spot that we can't even access? That's very, very mysterious to me. It really activates my investigator to go, I want to discover what that is. So during this big event that's coming, it'll activate 100,000. So 100,000, they're estimating, have been abducted. That's the ones we know. It's a big army. Especially if they have more. So in that movie Werewolves, when I went online and I said which movies can I visually see that's showing us what could possibly happen in the future when these sleeper cells get activated, and the only one I was able to see was this movie called, sorry, bird just smashed into the window. Werewolves showed how werewolves get activated out of nowhere, and they all start attacking humans. So I think that's what they're worried about. Today's video mentioned all those who have Nephilim DNA will be activated, but even in hypnosis, they could only tell that something will happen. They don't know what it is. So if you guys think of any other movies that show like almost like dormant DNA suddenly being activated during a mass like human against humans kind of thing, let me know. So there's something about the Vatican. They know about all of this. They're the ones. So apparently they know that this race is coming back to rule Earth, because Vatican in a way is ruling Earth right now, if you really look at it. And so they apparently found their way into these meetings when the Roswell crash happened to meet these Nordic beings, and they were like, "Hey, we're the Vatican here. We're kind of running things on Earth, and we know you're coming here to rule. Can we be like management at least while this happens? Can we like help manage everything for you?" And at one point, you guys can research this. UFO hovered for several days, for 2 to 3 hours each day above the US nuclear stations. What is that saying? That's saying like, oh, cute, you guys got nukes. We can like, we're hovering right above them to let you know, we know you have nukes and we can destroy them if we wanted to. This, and like in the game of war and countries, the nukes is the, hey, we got nukes, don't mess with us. So these guys are like out flexing the US government, being like, hey, you guys got nukes, that's cute, we can destroy them right now. So in a way, America's like, okay, you guys are the superior ones. We will listen to you. Saiba says, there's a quantum hypnotherapist called Alex Martin B. He has a book where he writes about a client who did, during a hypnotherapy session, talks about a life when he was an alien who had been abducted and experimented on by other aliens. Wow, that's really interesting. I'm very intrigued. Okay, so John Lear says 800 civilizations living under the earth. Greys. So, I mean, it seems far out. Greys are the robots. Something about Zeta Reticuli. The Book of Enoch, very important. This is the last part of my research, is studying the Book of Enoch because it's telling us a lot. That was actually, interesting enough, rejected by early Jews and Christians. Why did they reject this book? And interesting thing about it is that it is an Ethiopian book, so it's still written to this day exactly how it was back then. It's an ancient text, oldest, found in an Ethiopian church, which is the oldest Christian church in the world. Interesting. Uh, and and also the Book of Enoch was found in Aramaic, which is, now we're back in Palestine area, what Jesus supposedly spoke. So they found, I don't know if that's a separate book than the one in Ethiopian, because the one in Ethiopian is written in, I'm forgetting what their dialect is called. Eritrean? No, Eritrean is a whole other country. Never mind. So fallen angels, giants, second coming. So I think why they're terrified of this information, because it's literally telling us what to expect. It's saying, it talks about the second coming of the Messiah. It talks about fallen angels, talks about giants. So Enoch apparently is the great grandfather of Noah. So you've got Noah, played a very important part, and you've got his great grandfather, who was Enoch, who was like the only one who was shown all these, how things work outside of the earth and the different matrices, and was in a flying saucer, all that kind of stuff. So it's a very interesting story. You can definitely go on YouTube and type in Book of Enoch, and you'll get, either you can type in summary, or someone will just read the whole book to you start to finish. So there's something, this gets really complex, because when you study the genetics, you've got Noah, Abraham, these guys became the Muslims, these guys were the Jews, these are the Noah's bloodlines, these are the ones that became Europeans, these are the ones that are Semitic, these are the tribe of Judah. Like, it's just such a, when you look at where it all stemmed from and how it spread from this particular bloodline, and then you study Judaism, and it's just so convoluted, because then there's Judaism, but then there's the Torah, then there's the Talmud, then you've got the Talmud that came from Babylon, and it's like all these different factions, all these different mindsets, and some that are like, we're the superior race, everyone else is lesser than us. Some that are so fanatic that they're like, oh my God, okay, so our Christ is coming any day now, when all these things happen. And so there and it's connected to what's happening now in Palestine, Israel, and like, it's like, it's weird how fanatical people, there's some fanatics on our planet who are literally looking at this stuff like it's they're looking at it like the Vatican's like, okay, we're studying the timeline of when this could happen, and the gods are coming back. And so apparently, we're almost done. Book of Enoch, giants, second coming of the Messiah. So best believe a lot of elites are very obsessed with the second coming, because at least in Christian and Muslim scripture, they say there's the false Messiah will come and pretend to be Jesus, right? I don't know if you guys are aware of that, but it's written in the end times in Islamic and Christian religions that there's a false prophet that will come, right? The false prophet. So interesting that right now we're told from UFO information that these beings will come and try to save humanity, like the movie V. Those to me are like the false prophets, literally. So there are some truths, even if this is where I get confused, because like, what if religion was created by these Nordic beings to deceive us? Why is there truth about, why are they giving us the heads up? The heads up, in the future, false beings are going to come. Like, that's kind of confusing to me. but also, right, there's like true scripture, like there was a real movement of Christianity that had nothing to do with churches. It had to do with wisdom and knowledge and hidden information. And then it got co-opted by the Vatican and the Council of Nicaea. So obviously they chose that one because it already had momentum. It was already a big movement that was happening. People were like, yeah, there's something to this. And we only now have a fraction of what it used to have. So maybe that's how. And also remember that the information I just shared was suppressed by the Vatican. And right now, Vatican's literally, these are the words that I saw. It just recently went viral. Vatican shuts down the Book of Enoch. How do you shut down a book? It's a book. You can't shut it down. Vatican shuts down the Book of Enoch. Okay, so apparently, in those times, some of the beings lived for like, so was it Noah lived 365 years, and God took him, God, quote unquote, God took him to heaven in a UFO, showed him the mystery of the universe, connected him to, so connect something about Melchizedek. Jewish mystics see him as a heavenly scribe. In the book of Enoch, they talk about the Watchers, that there were 200 descended on earth, and they all took human wives and taught the forbidden arts as dark arts, and how to like create swords and weapons, and how to do black magic and astrology, all these hidden arts. They also birthed the Nephilim, the giants. They were bloodthirsty, consumed all of Earth's resources, even supposedly became cannibals, started eating humans, poured advanced knowledge about many topics, and then God floods the planet to wipe out the Nephilim. Archangels ask God for help. Michael, Raphael, Uriel, Gabriel ask God, please help in what's happening on Earth. And then God sends Uriel to warn Noah on how to build the ark. Michael, Archangel Michael, then punishes the rest of the Watchers, and only Noah's righteous DNA survives, supposedly. So these beings are literally like, okay, you tried to wipe out, okay, Jehovah, you tried to wipe out this Nephilim bloodline. Well, we're making that our number, like the Nordics are making it a priority, Vatican, the CIA, all Nazis. It's like all these people are like, we need to find this Nephilim bloodline, the ones that serve, because it's like Jehovah tried to wipe them out, and they're like, no, we need to keep this and use it maybe against who knows what. So how to build the ark. Righteous DNA survives. The book of the Watchers. Someday God will come and judge. We'll all be judged by God. That's what we're told is going to happen in the day of judgment. Something about book of parables, the end times. A Messiah will come down for the final judgment. Um, and then the bloodline survive. So this ancient bloodline survived the flood, and we're now in the end game. The end game is happening now, and Council of Nicaea banned the Book of Enoch, even though it was a sacred text. That movement was led by the Emperor Constantine, and one of the distortions is the original sin wasn't man's fault. It was these fallen angels who committed the ultimate sin, messing with genetics, interbreeding. So imagine now there's no need for guilt, no need for confessing our sins to the church, no need for forgiveness. And this bloodline are demigods pretty much. And I think they're the ones who have found their way into royal positions. They have been studying these bloodlines, waiting for the signs of the great return. They've been preparing the coming of the first kings. It's a 700-year cover up. A faction of the Watchers, 200 of them wanted to upgrade primitive man with their DNA. They landed on Mount Hermon, made a pact that they won't, that they're all going to do this bad thing to humans, but let's not let the others know. They interbred with women, birthed the Nephilim. And that was the fall of man. They think they're superior to humans. They taught their kids forbidden arts, sorcery, war, divination, and they quickly enslaved humans. So there's a whole bloodline of beings that have superior psychic abilities, a darker aspect to themselves, but they're more easily able to manipulate humans and do bad things to humans because of their genetics and their superior psychic abilities. And when we look at humanity, all the people who found their way to positions of power, could they be connected to this bloodline that's causing us to kill each other while they continue to be harvest our energy and things like that? So there's a spirit here that's like anti, like you can call it antichrist, right? An antichrist spirit that's like, how do I destroy the human spirit? And you see it in things like music industry, Hollywood. They join, they're beautiful, they're vibrant. Look at a Whitney Houston character, very vibrant, powerful, and but her mentor is a high level music industry, dark occult. I feel is also like a Nephilim bloodline kind of person, like a Harvey Weinstein. Seems very like, when you look at him, and he's just like parasitic beings, and then they just suck the soul out of the person, and then you've got Whitney Houston, on drugs and losing her spirit, losing her voice. Not to say she was an angel. For all I know, she was just as demonic. But there's this force that just sucks our source out of us. So the one more page. The Watchers saw what happened on Earth, decided to flood, wipe out the Nephilim and the contaminated genetics. The Vatican wanted us to think the flood was because man was sinning. That plan failed. The Nephilim genes survived. The Book of Enoch explains when this timeline during at this timeline, these genes get reactivated, creates the psychic potential, turns a human into a Nephilim, into a predator. They want to control it. They don't want to control it like as opposed to it. They want to control it and use it to their own advantage. The Vatican fears above all else I don't know what I scribbled here. It will be preceded by the Watchers themselves. So the Vatican brokered a meeting with the survivors of Roswell crash. The military created a secret treaty, just like the movie Hellboy, where they housed this demon underground and kept it secret. Apparently, the alien was an emissary of the 200 others, right? So he worked for that 200 faction of fallen angels, and saying the return that the return was coming, the return of these fallen angels was coming. And that he was basically announcing, guys, there's a new management in town. Whoever thinks they're running shit here, U.S. government, military, Vatican, there's a new management coming soon. But they gave them the advanced technology in exchange for secrecy. All the governments of the world that are aware of this are not sharing this with their civilians, keeping it as a secret. And the second rule was to give them, the second thing they said, so one, keep it secret. Two, we demand access to human genome for all their experimentations. So they're trying to perfect this activation trigger. I'm just so curious, like why. I shared a theory of why it's so important, but they're like trying to perfect it. They don't just want it to be like a hit or miss. It sounds like they're really obsessed with when they make that trigger happen, that all these Nephilim, half Nephilim people get fully activated. I'm very curious about that. This is something I've never, in 25 years of researching, a lot of the stuff I'm telling you guys, this is what I'm sharing with you guys is the last 7 days. Like this is not the summary of 25 years of research. This is all the last 7 days. So can you imagine if I was writing starting 25 years ago, I would have had like 20 books by now. And that's one thing that hit me when I was reading this guy's books is holy shit, have I discovered my true purpose in life? This whole time I thought it was a healer and a coach. Could I have, is there a timeline where I'm literally like a philosopher, author, and this kind of stuff? So sometimes the universe brings you someone to be like, hey, here's what you're, because I could literally, if I find a way to just monetize this information, I would just do this for the rest of my life. I would do this happily, read more, research more, share, philosophize, and then incorporate the infinity healing. Let's conclude Council of Nicaea, Vatican brokered a deal, change of management. Uh, yeah, and then how it's the RH rare blood type, which is 15% of the planet. I mean, 15% of a billion people is Satan's army, according to these guys. No offense to our dragon brother here was here earlier, but that's a huge, like if you do 15% of all of the population on planet Earth, that's a whole army. And there's a lot of these movies like Lord of the Rings, and they show this whole like army that's coming, like getting ready for some big battle. So now I always wondered what the hell is that army? Like I don't get it, but now I'm starting to get it. They tried to have paranormal. They have so this 15% of the planet, they tend to have more paranormal experiences. And we're literally living in the world's biggest Trojan horse ever. Trojan horse is when the enemy was right at the gates, but they looked at it and they were like, oh, it's just a wooden horse, never mind. And then one night when they were all sleeping, the soldiers hiding inside that Trojan horse came and defeated them. So we're literally right now, the enemy's like right there in the front gates, and it's the biggest Trojan horse of history. And I feel like we're empowering empowering ourselves with this information. So I want to conclude right now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow, we started at a long time ago. 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30, 3, 4, almost, I don't know, 4.5, 5 hours. Good job, guys. This concludes our call. Please unmute yourselves. Lindsay, Rosemary, Saiba, Victoria. Before we conclude, just give me what was your biggest takeaway?
Hi. I may get a reading call in a moment, so I probably have to go soon, but
We're
I
done.
was
We're
able
done.
to of it.
Perfect.
Yeah, like all of the truth you were sharing, I loved all of it. Some of it I knew, but a lot of it, like with the details you put into it, I need that because I'll forget details. So I really loved how you talked about like where the ones with the blue eyes came from and how they're underground and then the blood types. And what's crazy is I'm the universal recipient and I looked it up and it's like RH positive and how they can
Hey,
go after people and it just all shined a light onto a lot of things for me.
beautiful. I'm so glad, Lindsay. Have a great session, and thanks for being here. I appreciate it, and we'll continue to build on our next one. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Okay. That was a marathon.
Yeah.
That was a marathon. Okay. Um, and let's see. I've already knew about the moon probably being a space station. A few years ago, I got that information that it's probably a space station. And that it was sort of like hauled in to its position by whoever it was who did
Yeah.
that. But anyway, um, so what was really, really interesting today, I guess, was the Book of Enoch. Okay, the Book of Enoch, which I know about, and I'm actually gonna go get a book of Enoch that these two people did. Dr. I what's his name? and his wife, and they go around speaking, and they've
Okay.
done Portal to Ascension, and they're really reliable, shall we say? Okay,
Yeah.
very reliable. Anyway, so but there was just so much. I took a lot of notes because then I can go back and review things. But so it was all very interesting. I wouldn't have stayed this long. I didn't know we were going to go this
Me
long.
neither.
But it's good. It's all
Yeah.
good. So I was happy to be here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So welcome. I appreciate you, Rosemary. So what was the biggest takeaway, and was there anything that you're like, that's too far?
Well, probably the biggest takeaway, because I wrote it down, and it may be from last time into this time, not to go into the light. Okay.
Yeah, that's the biggest takeaway. Good.
Okay.
Yeah. Good, good, good. Thanks, Rosemary. I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna do an hour and a half call, guys. A part of me is like,
Yeah,
I
I
just want
came in the
to.
middle.
Just a
What's
special
that?
day.
I
Huh?
came in the middle, and
In the
it's
middle.
just, yeah, been fascinating. It's a
Sorry,
lot
I'm
to
not sure.
unpack.
Saiba, that's you. That's you talking, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
yes.
Yeah, came
Yeah,
in.
it's a lot to unpack.
Yeah.
I have to basically do a lot of research now. It's challenging, right? Especially the Galactic Federation, and then there's so many of them, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
So a lot to look into with that, and also the Nordic beings. Because then, I thought, well, as depicted, that they're like Pleiadian, like. So that is really big.
It's a very big question. Who are the good guys?
Yeah,
Who's on our side?
exactly,
Yeah. So I pray every day
exactly,
and I say I give permission to all the beings of true love and light to do all that they know to do that is for my highest good and the highest good of planet Earth. Because
exactly.
that way I'm not saying it's the Pleiadians, it's the
The
Nordics.
Arcturians, or
I'm just saying
there's just so
universal
many.
intelligence, whoever's there who genuinely has our best interest at heart, please give them consent because they have to honor our free will. Please, I give them consent on my behalf and on behalf of my people on planet Earth. We say, please, yes, do everything you can do. That's only for our highest good. And that's the safest prayer I can think of that doesn't
Exactly,
allow my limited mind that at one point thought this was true, then realized it's not true.
exactly.
So it's a
It's like having to deconstruct and then, reconstruct again.
yeah, and I
It's
heard
a
there's
process.
good reptilians, and I heard there's bad Palladians. So just like
Yeah,
humanity, there could be good and bad in every one of these races. There could be like we heard today, there were Nordics that left that totalitarian civilization to intermingle with humanity. For all we know, they're trying to help.
precisely.
Yeah. So maybe that's where we get the Nordic beings trying to help. It might be from that faction that left the rest of them.
Probably,
Yeah.
because I mean, I've also heard about this from the same guy, Alex Martin B, who does the quantum hypnotherapy sessions.
Right.
Uh, First heard of false light from him, and false,
Yeah.
like there's false Akashic records, and there's the actual real authentic Akashic records. Like there's
Right.
just so much to unpack.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. And I'd rather know, like, because I felt I was deceived by some of the things in the new age, and I'd rather know the truth than continue living
mhm.
with those deceptions, right?
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So,
Great.
because along my path, I've come across a lot of things, and it's mind blowing,
Yeah.
basically. And then you go through like a period of grief because everything I knew, oh my gosh, is untrue.
Yeah.
So,
And
yeah,
that's
but I
such, it
appreciate
takes
your
such a
work.
powerful warrior, Saiba, to say, I'm going to go into to this truth and let go of what I
Hmm.
thought, because that one thing that you have, that quality, that warrior quality to go there is what separates us from 90% of the planet that go, no, I don't want to believe in anything else because it's going to shatter my reality. I'd rather believe in a lie then explore something that is different than what I know to be true. So it's called what do they call it? Dissonance, cognitive dissonance. It's like,
Cognitive dissonance.
you
Yeah.
know, like what we saw last week when the Neo character in the Matrix is like, what? No,
I know.
right? So we went through that. We went through the trauma. It is a trauma. And you're right, we do then grieve what we thought to be true. And there's a whole process that goes through. It's like the chrysalis of a butterfly. It's like we go through it and then we come back out,
Yeah. Metamorphosis.
which is not a graceful process. It's a very like, you're just
It
like
definitely is a
tortured.
struggle because,
Yeah.
yeah, I feel my brain deconstructing and then trying to reconstruct. So,
Yeah. We just went through a whole chrysalis metamorphosis together.
exactly. So,
But we
thank
did it
you so
together.
much.
You're very welcome, Saiba. I appreciate you being here. We'll continue to go deeper. And
Appreciate this. Yeah.
yeah, you're welcome.
Thanks.
Welcome, welcome. All right, Victoria, just curious if you had any final words before we conclude. Going once, going twice. Gone. All right, my beautiful friends. If that was the last thing I ever did, I feel so content and grateful that I got to share it and share it with people who are open to this. And it doesn't mean everything I've said is true. We're all truth seekers. We're all have the ability to question and discern. And just like me, I would love that we're all like, my ideal prayer is that there's a whole bunch of us who are going to take these topics and then we can come together and then we all piece the puzzles together. You know what I mean? But definitely the universe is sending me very specific people who, like, for example, Tricked by the Light. I was gonna do a whole video today about Tricked by the Light, one website that was 30 years of research. So the universe brought me this one guy today that we talked about, who since he was 15 has been researching. Tricked by the Light was 30 years of research in one website. So the universe is specifically bringing me these people, and it's never been anything in the new age. In fact, I've really distanced myself from. There's so much misinformation there, and so much misinformation in the UFO. I've literally distanced myself from UFO and a new age, and then this one person comes in and tells me, uh, what I shared with you guys today. So explore it for yourselves. I'm going to start reading his books. And we'll see what happens on the next week. But trickedbythelight.com is a one-stop shop for all things about the false light. And it's in the movies, the music. He shares so much information there. And you could just take your time, digest that. I was going to do it today, but my screen sharing is not strong today. But on the 4th or in a few days, they're going to come and upgrade the internet so I can get back to all that other stuff. Love you guys. I'll see you next week. At the right time. Love you.
Okay, love you. Bye.
Bye, guys.
I
Thank you.
Thank
Much love
you.
and light.
Thank you. Thank you.